Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, welcome to La Crosse, Wisconsin, where the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series is barreling toward its dramatic conclusion. It may not look like it right now. We've still got our anglers on the bank. We've got a little bit of a speed bump before we get the fish catching started today. We have a weather system, sort of the tail end of a weather system moving through the upper Midwest right now. Should be through in about 30 minutes, and the catching, fishing, and the competition on this crucial day will proceed shortly after that. So we can't wait to get it started. And there's a lot to talk about. We have so many stories working for you today. And of course, the fishing here, we can start by saying what we saw yesterday. Mark Zona tells us that they are going to catch them again and again and again.
Absolutely phenomenal fishing here on the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And the main thing is safety on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You have anglers, you have marshals, you have cameramen and women, and there is a lot of lightning in that system. But as you said, Tommy Sanders, supposed to pass here in the next 20 to 25 minutes. But the key word, always safety on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Good call by tournament director Lisa Tell. Was that a grebe right there to start the show?
It wasn't a grebe actually,
but
pretty close. And they're all just waiting it out right now. 90 of them, 90 anglers, full field again on this day number 2. But the crucial thing is, after today, we make our final mid-tournament cut down to 47 anglers for the final 2 days. Lots of action yesterday, and the man who took the lead from Maryland, Brian Schmidt, what a story. He comes in here with his prospects for making the Bassmaster Classic cloudy at best. Now he stands with the possibility of double qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic.
yes, one of the best river fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Brian Schmidt, and he was not lacking confidence after the practice session that he had Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The main thing to really watch this, well, look, if you are watching here on FS1, whenever we come to the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin, it is some of the best bass fishing in the country as far as numbers go. And the thing to know about the bass here on the Mississippi River, the bites, the strikes, and you're going to see that here in the next few minutes, they are, the only word to use, they're violent fish on this river system. But will that system with a lot of lightning, will that take effect on some of your leaders' primary starting spots?
Well, Brian Schmidt, a guy who loves an environment like this with all of that vegetation, he's proved it time and again. We caught up with him earlier this morning.
All right, guys, we're leading after day 1. Day 1 is done. Now we're on to day 2. We got to catch them today. We're fishing grass, we're fishing a river, we love to do it, but however, we got some real hammers right on our tail. We got to keep it going the whole week. Our back's against the wall. We need to make the Classic. Hopefully we can get it done.
Well, there's a guy who certainly improved his outlook vis-a-vis AOY points. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points decide whether you get into the Classic or not, and that is all important to these guys. That is a huge achievement. He put himself back in the conversation for that, to say the least. There's our actual leaderboard right now, and Brandon Polinick, who came here with the lead, of course, has seen that lead diminish. You saw it diminish at our last event at Lake Oahe, and Ronnie Moore, it just gets tighter and tighter.
It does indeed. We said the magic number coming into La Crosse, Wisconsin was Brandon Polinick needed to hit 38th place or better in this event, and no one else can catch him. It doesn't matter if they win, doesn't matter if they win by 100 pounds. 38th place gives Brandon Polinick the Angler of the Year title, but we saw him come in 35th yesterday, and his 2 closest pursuers in the top 12. So a slight slip, and you know how close it is, Tommy. Only 13 ounces from him to the cut line. Anything can happen today, especially with this weather change.
Brian Lester, his closest pursuer, certainly earned the right to be in that position, has had a fantastic season. The only angler among our 90 to have made every cut this year. He's had 2 wins with the Bassmasters this year already.
Exactly right. Looking at Brandon Lester right here from footage yesterday. Here's the best way to put it, and Brandon Polinick, your Angler of the Year leader, did not need this. Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston from Canada. Best way to put it, Tommy Sanders, they are catching them in big numbers. They're like the leader in this tournament, Brian Schmidt, Brandon Lester, not a lack of confidence. And if you just look at his season, Nothing below 50th place. You see the victory there. His first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series on Pickwick, just slow and steady all season long.
And this kind of characterizes what we've known about Brandon Lester his entire career. Very, very consistent, but was he going to get up there and make those top fives, make the championship Sundays, have a shot to win events? He did that at Pickwick, and he's got 2 wins this season, like you said, at the semi-pro level and the top level. Can he make the comeback? This will be a dramatic comeback, 37 points to win Angler of the Year if he does so.
Well, eyes on Lester for sure, but all eyes definitely, and they have been all season, on this man, Brandon Palaniuk, shooting for his second, would be the 12th angler in history to win 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles.
Exactly right. He said the first one was a dream, and he said this one is actually a bigger dream because so few anglers have won multiple Angler of the Year titles. Staying very close to our takeoff there in La Crosse, Wisconsin, in the Black River system of the Mississippi River, maximizing his fishing time. And really, if you look at what today is, probably the most important day of the season for Brandon Palaniuk, looking at the consistency, but there's one anomaly, and that is Lake Oahe last week. A lot of us were ready to crown him, give him the Angler of the Year title. Not the case. Slipped up in a big way, and it's not that he slipped up yesterday. Here's where it comes down to. That man right there has to catch them today to kind of just cement it a little bit harder. Very big day for Brandon Palaniuk.
Yeah, kind of the elephant in the room, what's complicating that whole scene is the fact that the fishing has been so consistent for just about everyone up and down the leaderboard. He stands in 35th place. The cut is down at 47th place, but he's just 13 ounces above that cut.
It's very easy here on the Mississippi River to go out and catch 5 bass that weigh 10 pounds. It is. If you look at the standings right now, they're so tight. There is a mile between 10 and 12 and a half pounds. We got to see that yesterday. If Brandon Palaniuk catches 10 or 11 pounds, that door will still be open for Brandon Lester, for Chris Johnston going into Sunday.
Yeah, that door will definitely, like we said, 38th place, and the door is shut. No one can do anything to help that. But anything below that, anything below 47th, which is our cut line, if he finishes 52nd today, the door is wide open, and it just means the top 20 could get it done for someone else. And he would have to be watching that tomorrow on the sidelines, which would be very hard for him to do.
Absolutely. Brandon Palaniuk, his job today, as it was yesterday, concentrate first on making it inside the 47 cut. Again, you can see the scene if you're just picking up with us right now. We're set to take off at 7 a.m. local time, 8 Eastern. Little storm system moving through. Well, kind of a large storm. So we've got the little tail end of it moving across where the marker is, where the cursor is right there, across Wisconsin. It's clipping along pretty good, so it shouldn't be. We're predicting, hoping that it'll be through in 15, 20 minutes.
Exactly. And the main thing in there, rain is okay, wind is okay, lightning is the number one factor. You don't go out in lightning. Take a look at your TH Marine Weather Watch right there. Currently 66 degrees, very comfortable. Rain. Wind is going to pick up through the south. We're going to see how that affects at least how the anglers caught them on day number 1. We saw a lot of topwater fishing. That may get affected, but with that being said, there was also a lot of bladed jig fishing throughout practice, throughout day number 1. Look for that to be a bigger factor today with the wind.
And also another factor that this storm cell will produce is every angler that went down to the south end of Pool 8 yesterday, very shocked with that other river, the Root River coming from the west of Minnesota over there, rolling in dirtier water. Today with this storm cell above La Crosse in the Onalaska Pool and even pools, 4 and 5 above our area, that water will get here eventually. It may not be today directly. The rain impacts it will be today, but the other rain that comes down the river will take effect tomorrow and even Championship Monday.
And actually, that's been a big story in this tournament that you, Ronnie, you nailed it yesterday. That water that came in, that mud that came in from the Root River, absolutely destroyed so many anglers, but there was little pockets of clarity where some of your leaders were actually in that region of Pool 8 on day number 1.
And we're going to see some of those guys, Tommy, today where we have a guy on camera in the top 5 or 10 of this event with 3 or 4 other anglers right nearby inside the cut because a lot of these anglers split up populations of fish.
Absolutely. Seemed to happen more early in the day yesterday, and the guys kind of fanned out a bit in many cases, but we're going to see how it turns out today. Welcome to you. So happy to be with you, bringing you this live coverage of the end of the season, the big wrap-up for the Bassmaster Elite Series. These guys have fished 8 tournaments previously all across the country, starting 6 months ago down in the state of Florida. Each and every one of these fisheries is unique, and this one is no different. This is a place that a lot of people have been waiting for. You get to see the best in the world display their shallow water fishing skills.
Yeah, and you're going to be able to see a lot of anglers going for it here. And really, if you look at what has transpired in this tournament, what's unique about this tournament is there's so many anglers obviously trying to win Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and qualify for the biggest tournament in fishing, the Bassmaster Classic. What's unique about this tournament is if you win this tournament, you are in. So you're going to see a lot of anglers going for broke throughout the weekend. And the other thing really to watch is a lot of the fishing that you're going to see here on the Mississippi River is going to be phenomenal, no doubt about it. But so critical is the first 90 minutes of fish. Watch really the first hour of competition, because a few of the anglers that we have cameras with, they're absolutely going to throttle them this morning.
When the schedule came out late last year and we kind of did a preview about it, we said this is going to be a dangerous event to end the season on, because you could simply be 1 or 2 pounds behind your closest pursuer and lose so many points. 20 to 30 points for just a pound or pound and a half. That is huge here, and separating yourself today with maybe a 3-pounder instead of a 2.5-pound average will be very, very key.
Well, the Progressive Angler of the Year points race, top of mind for just about everyone as we watch what transpires across the day. Also very important each and every year, the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. And Jay Shakurit, a native right here from Wisconsin, a man who holds a commanding lead right there. He's a monster, that's for sure.
It's not bad to end the season pretty much in your house.
Yeah.
Being from Wisconsin, I mean, look, Cody Huff has had a great season. He started off a little bit slow. A lot of us in studio and outside of studio predicted Cody Huff to kind of run away with that Rookie of the Year. This one, you do not really need to manufacture drama. No. Jay Shakurit absolutely in the driver's seat of that race.
Yesterday, he really solidified it with a solid afternoon. He got off to a quick start and caught a few fish in the morning, but they were small, 2-pounders or so, and then it died for him in a starting spot. His adjustment yesterday afternoon basically shut the door and said, hey, I'm going to be at this weight minimum. Cody, you're going to have to just catch him better than anyone else this weekend. Cody didn't. He's right there with Jay, but you can't gain points if you're tied with him.
Not going to say that Jay Shakurit kind of played it a little bit safe, just catching a solid back somewhere through today or tomorrow. Look, this guy has as much knowledge on this body of water as any other fisherman, as young as he is. You'll see him when he knows he has the Rookie of the Year wrapped up, kind of gamble a little more, and then
think about this tournament.
Think about the trophy of this tournament.
100%.
Take a look at his season and how it's shaken down. Got a good start down in Florida. That's very, very important, making the first 2 cuts of the year. Continued on into South Carolina, through the Tennessee River for a stop. In good shape. His anomaly, as you say, Mark Zona, was Lake Fork and also Pickwick Lake. We caught up with Jay Shakurit a little bit earlier today and see what his prospects were for today.
La Crosse, Wisconsin, the last Bassmaster Elite Series event. You know, when I set out, I had a goal of somewhere around 12 pounds, and I achieved that. I caught 13 pounds today, so if you told me I could have had that after my practice, I would have been happier than heck with it. And, you know, looking at the points and a couple of the goals that I had in store for this year, it's looking pretty good. I don't want to jinx anything yet. We got 1 day left. Man, I'm just looking forward to getting out there and, you know, putting together another good limit. I'm just going to try and get into that cut line, because if I do get into that cut line, those things will come. You know, to have this tournament so close to home, I only live 2 hours from here. It's pretty cool to have that, because most of the time, you know, when we're traveling south and things like that, I mean, I'm 20+ hours from home, so to have this here is really special.
Jay Shakurit, of course, our event on the St. Lawrence River, proving he is a smallmouth master, and early in Florida and here in Wisconsin, proving he can do it shallow as well. That's what these points races are all about, the all-arounder, identifying the most versatile anglers in the world. Once again, we're in a weather delay right now, waiting for a storm system to pass through, and the associated electricity is what we're worried about the most. That's why we're delaying our launch, but the delay should be wrapped up fairly soon, and the fishing will start soon after that. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
It is the end of a long season for these 90 anglers in the Bassmaster Elite Series. That is a scene right there at Veterans Freedom Park. That's the launch point in our fantastic host city of La Crosse, Wisconsin. The weather not so fantastic at the moment.
It is miserable.
It's miserable, obviously. I can't fool anybody with that. But absolutely moving fast. You can see the skies brightening on the horizon. We expect to be through it very soon.
Hey, and that's a good thing for a lot of small tournaments that go. Look, it's okay to go out and when there is lightning at your takeoff, don't go out.
No.
Go under a
simple
bridge.
rule. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
simple, Tommy.
Find shelter. Seek shelter. That's what we're doing right now. And again, we don't expect it to take long on this unique fishery. Unlike any place else we fish, we're going to unlock the lake, our Minn Kota unlock the lake on Pool 7, 8, and 9 of the Upper Mississippi.
Exactly right. Pool 9 really getting just a little bit of attention yesterday. Guys that locked into Pool 9. It's about, call it 30-mile stretch of the river system. It's Pool 8, the one that we're really going to concentrate as you go up towards La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's about Pool 8 being about 20 miles long. There's going to be a name called Stoddard, an area of Pool 8. A lot of your leaders came out of that area, an area that we have covered in years past. As you fly up towards our takeoff in La Crosse, Wisconsin, going into Pool 7, you get into Lake Onalaska. That had probably 10 to a dozen boats yesterday. Really, Pool 8 and all of the backwaters is what we are going to focus on today. That is your Minn Kota Unlocked Boat.
One thing we're just getting right now, breaking news, is that the takeoff will be delayed just a few more minutes as the lightning is still pounding down in the area. And so that's not the news that we want, but it's the news that anglers need, and the marshals and observers. And Tommy, that's who we have to think about as well. It's not just our 90 competitors, it's also the cameramen and the spectators who are in the boats with these pros.
Yeah, we're going to wait till it's safe before we get going, and when we get going, it will be good. Show you some evidence of how good it was yesterday. Action with Hunter Shryock, who finished in 17th place yesterday.
Absolutely right. Hunter Shryock living in Pool 8. Very, very solid stringer. 14 pounds and 5 ounces, getting him one step closer to the 2023 Bassmaster Classic, and some of the best frog fishing in mats like that where you think, oh, you might catch one or two, get a blow up or so. There was a big school in that patch of duckweed behind him. Some of the most violent, aggressive strikes we've got to see all season long in Bassmaster Elite Series.
Things started slowly for Hunter for sure, but man, he ground all the way to the end and really improved his position right here. Got a lot of good. Angler from the Tennessee River area, and right now we're going to turn to Hunter Shryock to get some insight with our Berkeley Right Bait Right Time.
Let's hear it, Berkeley Pro Hunter Shryock.
We just wrapped up day one on the Mississippi River. I think we're sitting in 17th place. Big deal for me this week. It's been throwing top water, the Berkeley Drift Walker. When it gets real slick and calm, like you typically have here on a river system, this bait right here, it's got 3 treble hooks, but it is a bite getter when things get tough. And I had intended on locking this bait in my hand all day, and all my areas ended up muddying up and had to revert to throwing a frog. And with the frog, I'm utilizing 50-pound X5 Berkeley braid, and I'm able to cast that thing 50 yards at least, like hitting these frog mats and stuff. So between these two baits, locking the top water in my hand, hopefully tomorrow we do the same thing and come out with some more big bites.
Lots of momentum. Hunter Shryock at the end of the day yesterday, certainly hoping that he can continue it right here. We always say it's a game of ounces, but this time, folks, we actually mean it. It is definitely, each ounce is so important as we take a look at our leaderboard again after day number 1, and Brian Schmidt with 17 pounds, 10 ounces. Did you see a bag that big coming here at La Crosse?
I think we have potential to see 1 or 2 more of those today, really, with the weather system having low pressure. I mean, that is largemouth weather. Granted, the lightning will affect a little bit of that with some of the topwater fishing, I think. But the great thing about any time that we come to the Mississippi, all of the weights are so tight and kind of always goes down to the final day of the tournament.
One guy we were monitoring yesterday on Bass Track, which is our live leaderboard, is 12th place Carl Jacobson, 14-14. Z about 3.5 hours into his 8-hour day. He had one fish, and we said he was a guy just above that classic bubble, looking for his first ever Elite Series or a bid to the classic from Australia. And boy, he turned it around in the last 3 hours.
With a lot of our anglers fishing in Pool 8, here's the best way to put it, Tommy Sanders. I think yesterday we saw a little bit, some guys fishing on top of each other. Look for that to be a big factor, I think, this morning also. I'm not looking ahead, but I think that could be a factor with some guys that we have cameras with.
All right.
Yeah, which is always fun.
We're always looking ahead. we do need to look ahead.
At this point,
though, yeah, look at what happened yesterday with Scott Martin. He was one of those guys who seemed to be left alone for the most part and took advantage of it. We were with him in the boat all day yesterday. Scott on the bubble for classic qualification coming into this tournament right here, and he got onto something that worked for him.
Yeah, getting it done with a swim jig, a topwater bait, and a Carolina rig. And the very unique thing about this stretch of the Mississippi River, unlike really anywhere else we go in shallow water on the Mississippi River, Scott Martin starting in an area that he thought it was only smallmouth. Shows up on day number 1 compared to what he saw in practice, and it was a mix, and it was mostly just quality largemouth for Scott Martin all day. A very, very nice surprise for the Florida angler.
Again, that's the scene right there. Guys taking shelter as we await the passing of the storm here in Associated Lightning. What's at stake here? Of course, the last, what we call the Blue Trophy of the year, the championship here worth $100,000. These wins are so very hard to get, and this one, again, is win and you're in. Unlike any other event on the Elite Series this season, you win here, you get a classic berth, so we could have a double qualifier.
And like we mentioned, the guy at the top of the leaderboard, Brian Schmidt, 50th place coming into this event, now 40th unofficially in our Angler of the Year race. Top 43 right now make the Classic. So like you said, not only winning this event would get him in the Classic, but he would also have moved up high enough. He would make the Classic twice, helping out another Elite Series angler on that list. Matt Herron in second place. He needs to win and in as well. Otherwise, everyone else in the top 10 is already in. They're looking to maybe double qualify this week. But we'll also decide Rookie of the Year, like you mentioned, and $100,000 to our Progressive Angler of the Year, whichever the 3 it may be.
These guys, the clock is ticking. Of course, none of the guys want to lose any fishing time today, but all understand the urgency of being safe right there. There's Brandon Polinick. A lot on his mind. He doesn't look at Angler of the Year.
No, we're not makeup guys. There's too many camera guys.
Let's listen to him right now.
We are sitting here under the bridge, waiting out the storms. We're delayed till 7:45, so we got 20 more minutes. You can see it's starting to clear up behind us. We've got a bunch of thunder and lightning popping everywhere, so we don't want anyone getting struck by lightning. So we're chilling out under this bridge, bringing back a lot of memories for me, because in 2013, I sat in this exact same place under this bridge, waiting out a thunderstorm on day 2 of the tournament. And I had a lot riding on my career then. I was leading the event after day 1, going into day 2, and we sat right here waiting out a thunderstorm. Right now, we're not leading this event, but we are leading AOY. So there's a lot riding on the line today. And we went out day 2 then, and I caught 19.5 pounds in about an hour and a half. So if we could do that again today, that would be great. Okay. And there's a big flash of lightning. Yeah, if we could go out, just catch 19.5 pounds in about an hour and a half today when the storm lets up, that'd be all right with me. Or like 14 pounds would be good too.
A lot of pressure on that guy right there, and he's a guy who's used to it, and he has overperformed his entire career as a professional angler.
That's what I was going to say. Was early in the career, he was dubbed as a guy who was very inconsistent, who couldn't get the traction, and he would need, back in the day, it was winning in for all Elite Series events. You had to win an event to make the Classic. But I want to remember going back, now that he's been on the Elites over a decade, in his first year, he got 37th in points and made the Classic. Second year, 40th points and made the Classic. 2013, the year he mentioned here, he had a shot to win, had some unfortunate circumstances happen. He finished 72nd that year in points, the only poor performance he's ever had in Angler of the Year standings. Since that year, 17th, 10th, 17th, first, 8th, 9th, 3rd, and a possible first this year. So over the last 7 years, he has not been outside the top 20 in our Angler of the Year race.
Some absolute sick stats right there.
Thanks, man.
Wow, absolutely.
Yeah.
Really look at how these guys caught them yesterday. It was either finesse or artillery. I mean, it was one extreme to the other. Look for a lot of that this morning.
We saw Brandon Polinick do both yesterday. We'll see a lot of guys using different techniques today. The fishing, I promise you, is going to be exciting. You will see the best in the business get their line stretch. Just when is it going to happen? Soon. We think very, very soon. Just waiting out the weather. Wait until it's safe. Ouch. Look out for that. We will be right back to La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Amy Freeze. This is the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite Series forecast. We are looking at weather on the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin this weekend, and you've got to keep an eye out for morning thunderstorms today. Then it's muggy by the afternoon. A sunbreak's possible and a high of 82, but keep in mind gusty winds are expected. That could affect where the pros cast their lines. And tomorrow we are expecting a challenging weather day on the Mississippi. A top temperature of 84 degrees with high humidity and strong winds at times as well. Widely scattered showers are possible through the late afternoon. And remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
We always listen very intently to Amy Freeze in the Fox Weather Center, even more so today when the weather's sort of dictating our direction this morning. We're not going anywhere right now because of the danger of these 90 anglers are fantastic, brave people, but like the rest of us, they are not lightning proof. We can't take chances with that.
Absolutely right, Tommy. And it's fair to say Amy absolutely nailed that forecast right there.
As
Done
always.
by Amy Freeze. As always.
As always. So we waited out. We're going to wait a few minutes longer. We will get caught up on the fishing. The fishing, we promise, will be something you'll want to see. Ronnie Moore, standing at the screen of knowledge to kind of help us out and get prepared for when the fishing does get going.
Yeah, and what you were mentioning with the weather-wise, this is a 64-mile-long river with 3 different pools that these anglers can fish in. So not only do we have to make sure the weather is safe in La Crosse where the takeoff is, but also we're responsible for where they are on the playing field. If they do go to the north end where the storm is heaviest, we want to make sure that most of it's through before they get there. Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, though, for a little bit of fantasy fishing-wise for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Basically, the way, if you're new to fantasy fishing, it is spread out based on how they finished this year in the Angler of the Year standings. We're at the last event of the season, so we have the top 18 or so anglers in bucket A, and it goes all the way down to bucket E where the bottom 18 anglers are. And when you pick your team for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you get 1 per bucket. You have to kind of decide. And this week, a lot of percentages were doled out to a lot of the Midwestern guys, a lot of the local anglers as well. But none of those made up our best team from day one. This is the best team so far. We will have Drew Benton and Brock Mosley and Matt Herron on Bassmaster Live today. They are in our 10 angler camera coverage there, sitting in 3rd place, 5th place, and 2nd place. Brock Mosley in the middle of your screen also has the big bass of the event, a 5.5 pounder yesterday. That was huge for him and his 15-pound bag there, making up about 1/3 of that, obviously. Lee Livesey just outside the top 10 in 12th place, and Masayuki Matsushita in bucket D, having an okay season. Now he's moved up very high in the standings based on a top 25 this week, right outside the classic cut line, looking to maybe up his point total a little bit more today to make that. So if you pick this team, you are at the top of the fantasy standings. But now when we look at the team that was projected, the most picked team, each angler in each bucket, Brandon Polinick, our Angler of the Year leader, he has had a shot to win this event in the past and had some unfortunate circumstances happen to him. He was highly selected there going into a hopeful AOY clincher for him this week. Seth Feider finished 2nd here in 2016. He's fished this river quite a bit. A little bit of a lackluster day, though, down in the 60s for him. He's hoping to uptick that a little bit and make the top 47 cut. Brock Mosley, like we mentioned right there on your screen, big bass of the tournament. It will get you some bonus points for your overall, and he's in the top 5. John Cruz inside the cut line just barely, and so is Kyle Welcher. So it is a very fluid thing, though, Tommy, with about 25 or 30 anglers just above and just below the cut, about 1.5 pounds separating them. So A guy today could have just a slight downgrade of a day with all this weather and drop 15 to 20 spots. So we'll keep an eye on that for fantasy fishing and for our Angler of the Year and Classic races.
Yeah, it's amazing how those two issues kind of meld together. It's like a Venn diagram where they cross over one another. Let's take another look at our progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year stats right there. And you see the leader, Brandon Polinick, still the man in charge. We don't want to downplay that at all. He has done the fantastic job all year long. Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston, look at him, a single point behind Brandon Lester.
Exactly right, and Chris Johnston pretty much needing one of the two Brandons to falter here today and tomorrow. But Chris Johnston, a great tournament last week at Lake Oahe. And watch, he is one of the anglers that absolutely throttled them yesterday. Watch out right now for Chris Johnston's first 90 minutes of competition. Very critical.
Well, just hanging out here. What do we got? 7:30, half-hour delay. I caught some fish schooling yesterday around 11 o'clock, and I know some people are catching them first thing schooling. I don't know if this lightning is going to throw a curveball into it, but I am a little worried about the overcast conditions today. I caught a bunch of fish on a frog, and typically the frog bite's not as good when it's overcast. I want sun to put them under the cover. So I'm a little worried about that, but hopefully the first couple spots where I go, it's open water, chatterbait, that sort of fishing, so they should still be there. Hopefully the storm didn't mess them up too much and they want to bite. But I'm looking forward to it. If those first couple spots don't work, going to be hitting the panic button real quick.
Year in? Year in and year out, he's one of the guys who is part of the conversation when it comes to the top spot at the end of the season. A great smallmouth angler, but a great all-arounder as well. Canada's Chris Johnston, first Canadian to ever win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And of course, we're also looking at our Falcon Rods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, and Jay Shakurat has done everything, just about locked that one down. Kind of just filling out the paperwork over these next few days.
And we had just mentioned that Masayuki Matsushita jumping over Jacob Fouts and Joseph Webster into third place. But looking overall, Jay Shakurat and Cody Huff, we've had a really good rookie class. 5 or so every single event make the day 3 cut, but we only have 2 secured in the Classic right now. Masayuki Matsushita trying to make that number 3, but for Shakurat, he did exactly what he needed to do yesterday to knock it out. And Tommy, looking at his overall season, for a Midwest angler, he listed on his strengths deep, clear smallmouth and river fishing, and that sets up perfectly for fishing shallow down south early in the year. St. Johns River, Harris Chain, Santee Cooper, and Lake Chickamauga, all good finishes for him. The one place that he struggled, because we obviously see the back half of his year where he won and did well on smallmouth, that middle portion, Lake Fork and Pickwick, the hot summertime deep largemouth fishing, that may be something that we keep an eye on for Jay Shakurat, kind of like Patrick Walter's smallmouth weakness. If he can figure that deep summertime largemouth fishing out, maybe he could be an Angler of the Year contributor in the next couple seasons.
Did well on smallmouth is an understatement at the St. Lawrence River. Became the first angler ever in Bassmaster history to collect a century belt, to collect 100 pounds or more over 4 days. Let's listen to Jay Shakurat right now.
On the bridge for a good half an hour. Looks like we're getting a little break here, so hopefully we get sent off, but it's still lightning pretty good, so we'll see what happens. We're supposed to have another cell that comes through a little bit later today, I think just in a couple hours, so I don't know. I hope we get to go today. I mean, it might make for a little bit of trouble if they send us off pretty late, if guys are locking through and stuff like that, but I'm still excited to get out there and hopefully, put together a limit. I don't know, it's kind of weird. This exact same thing happened to me last year in a Bass Nation regional. It just dumped and poured all day long. Same time of the year. It seems like it never fails whenever there's a bass fishing tournament in town. Stuff like this happens, so we'll see. We'll see if we get to go today or not.
Yeah, so how was your day yesterday? And, I guess without giving away too much, what did you figure out that's going to help you out today?
Yeah, yesterday was quite a bit slower than I thought it was going to be. I didn't get nearly the size of fish that I was hoping for, but I still caught 13 pounds, which for out here isn't bad. I've got like 2 main areas that the fish are grouped in pretty good right now. So we'll see. Hopefully they stay there with this weather that's coming in and stuff like that. Hopefully it doesn't get muddy. Yeah, I mean, hopefully I can pull up there and grab a quick 5 before this next storm hits this afternoon. And then we're gonna have to kind of play it by ear. I got a long day today, so hopefully they start biting again this afternoon, later in the day. Maybe the sun will peek out a little bit. So that's kind of the recap of day number 1 for me.
So we're fixing to wrap up this little bit of a weather delay. We were sitting here for about 30 minutes, and I think we're going to take off about 7:45. You know, we had a longer day today. We had an extra hour and 30 minutes to fish, and so far we've gotten 45 of it taken away, but that's just the way it goes. Everybody's going to have the same amount taken away today. But I think with this weather moving through, it might have things, because these shallow fish do not like lightning and thunder, and it might make things a little slow to start with, but I think they'll start biting, and we'll be catching them here shortly. It's just a matter of you know, getting the fish where we want to fish today. So we're going out like 84, and we won't get the first pick like we did yesterday, so we'll just hope for the best and bounce around and see what we can come up with.
Jay Shakurat, leader and rookie of the year. Drew Benton, rookie of the year from 7 years ago here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And he's not worried about points. He has done his work. He is worried about winning this tournament right here, and he'd be a good bet.
Yeah.
One of many good bets.
And he would love to get his second Elite Series title. And also, Tommy, he would love to make some more money this year with Progressive being our Angler of the Year sponsor, $100,000 for first. But man, the uptick in money that you get from second, third, fourth, and fifth, he has moved himself in contention for the top 5 or 6 in points. So he would love to stay there.
Things looking hopeful out there, Mark Zona. Guys moving around. I think we're getting set to get ready.
Yeah, and if you got to watch the day 1 weigh-in, really the first flight climbed on them. It was positioning, getting to your spot, and kind of staking claim and owning it. And really, if you looked at as the weigh-in went on yesterday, a lot of the later flights did not catch them. They did not get the primary juice. A few of the cameras that we have going out, they are in the earlier flight. You cannot stress this enough. So critical to get on a spot here on the Mississippi River and kind of block out the rest of the crowd.
Oh, the margins are so thin up and down the leaderboard. You're right, a good start and catching them all day long. Going to be essential today. We will be right back. Today on Fox, the Big Ten goes to Ireland, where Ramir Johnson leads the Huskers against the Wildcats. It's the Aer Lingus College Football Classic, today at noon Eastern on Fox.
Give me something, Tommy, about that game.
Oh, college football looming large right now.
You're all about Nebraska.
I don't know. All these hurling fans in Ireland are going to get treated to some Big Ten football.
It might sound crazy. I'm all in on Nebraska this year.
All right, well, good. You know, I know.
We're all in on fishing. Keep your mouth off of me.
Swans. It was just the look. That's all it took.
We are here. Normally we would be deep into the fishing at this point in the day, almost an hour after the scheduled takeoff, but the scheduled takeoff has been moved back. And Ron, you just received a message from Lisa Talmadge and the tournament staff, right?
Yes, the tournament director Lisa Talmadge and VP over all tournaments Chris Bowes made the decision that about 8 o'clock they're going most likely to send them, and the storms will be pop-up storms after that. The full cell would have basically made its way through, and every other storm throughout the day will just be here and there, not a consistent over the whole playing field. So they'll have to use their own guidance, which we saw that in 2016, the last time I was on the water there covering an event. We were out in the middle of Pool 8, like we saw yesterday, frogging in the grass, way out in no cover in sight. And lightning popped up out of nowhere, and the angler I was covering had to go take shelter, and so did we. So anglers will have to use their own discretion.
Well, they're coming out of hibernation here and hiding right now. Some of them even taking shelter in the La Crosse loggers dugouts at the baseball field across the way.
One crazy thing from weigh-in yesterday, one of our anglers, Mark Frazier, who we've touted as a former college baseball player, was a draft pick of the San Francisco Giants. He played minor league baseball for a little while. He said about 9 years ago for the La Crosse loggers, and he said this place is crazy. They will pack it out. 5,000 to 7,000 fans per night for a minor league game is huge in this region, but they love it.
Well, thanks to everyone for being with us today. We promise we're going to have fishing for you, and we promise it's something you will want to see as we look at some action from yesterday with our points leader, Brandon Pollock.
Exactly right, and it was kind of for lack of a better term, it was a grimy day for Brandon Pollock. Started off really fast here in pool number 8. A little bit of topwater fishing, a little bit of finesse fishing in areas that we have seen in years past. It's when he picked up a Mega Bass Mag Draft swim bait, 6-inch, catching that good one right around our midday break. Polinick said he's going to lock that swim bait right there in his hand. Look, that is a big fish technique. If he gets 5 bites, his job will be done.
Another guy who's gotten the job done all year long and looking to have a little opening to get a big job done is Brandon Lester. He did great yesterday.
He absolutely did, starting on a big school of largemouth just south of our Takeoff, topwater bait, soft plastic jerk bait. But as the day went on, very big topwater baits for Brandon Lester, who was primarily left alone most of the day.
Brandon Lester's area could be one susceptible maybe to some dirtier water, unlike Brandon Polinick in the Black River. Maybe a little more stable today. We will see what weather conditions, but we got to talk to Brandon Lester this morning.
You know, it's kind of just going to be one of those days where there's a chance that another little sail may come through a little bit later. I don't think it's going to be anything severe. B.A.S.S does a good job of taking care of us and making sure we stay out of harm's way. So that's what we're going to do. We'll get out there here in a bit. I think weather will probably make these fish bite pretty good. It may make them a little tricky on the topwater today. Sometimes lightning kind of messes up that topwater bite a little bit, but I think they're going to bite today, so looking forward to getting out there still.
Brandon Lester been with the Elite Series now in his 8th year. He is definitely a veteran, and he has touched all the points he's needed to touch through that career, and this is his crowning achievement this year of 22.
And no matter how you feel about weather, whether you were good to go out in the rain and lightning or you would rather they delay it even longer, no matter how it is, there's a lot of jitters for these anglers because there's only 3 days left in the season, and this is the last guaranteed day that anglers get. Half the field, this is the last day of competition they'll have the rest of the season, so they want every minute to their disposal to try to catch them. Maybe our later flights today, which are the top of our Angler of the Year standings, get a little bit longer of a day of good weather. Maybe we'll see that have an uptick in that AOY race.
Can't wait to get out there. Can't wait for you at home to see this place. It is just magnificent. We talked about the length of this place. What's important is the width, the way the upper Mississippi braids out through the sloughs and the little canals and passages and turnasses, as you might say, Mark.
That's a very Louisiana term right there, but you could throw that absolutely on the Mississippi River, or not. Taking a look at Jeff Gustafson right there, who we thought yesterday actually locked out. He did not. Spent all of his every single camera, even though these guys can go to pool 7 or pool 9. All of our cameras yesterday, all of our cameras today will be locked pretty much in pool number 8 here, basically within 20 miles of our takeoff there, and look at the Crosse.
Once again, a look at the rules of the game. If you're just picking up with us right now, as we have all season long, the full field fishes for 2 days. Fishes for 47 slots on day number 3, the semifinal day. And then on that day, those 47 fish for the 10 slots on the final day, championship Monday. In this case, chance to win the blue trophy, the coveted blue trophy. So hard to win. Hunter Shryock looking for his first one. Did a lot of good work yesterday.
Exactly right. If you look at those topwater bites, so much frog fishing here in years past, decades, known as one of the best frog fishing areas of our country. And really a lot of the footage with Hunter Shryock was in that mat right there, that exact mat over his shoulder. A lot of his better than average size bass. Catching over, basically, you catch over 14 pounds of bass here, you have done your job cementing him in your top 20 for day number 1.
One big thing we saw with a lot of anglers that are in this general region, the southern end and eastern side of pool 8, it seems like you go for a couple miles, a couple hours without a bite, and when you get in a good water quality area and a good grass mat, that's a great recipe to catch 5, 6, 7 fish real quick.
Yeah, we saw a lot of fish. If you did not watch Bassmaster Live on Bassmaster.com yesterday, we saw a lot of fish on top waters outside of those mats, where predominantly in years past, it's always pretty much been mat fishing. 2 things really apply to that is time of year, okay? Time of year, a lot of these fish start to get outside of those mats, start to herd and chase shad around, which will basically suck them out of that heavy cover. The other factor this time around that we did not hit on this morning, this is a way lower water level than years past. There has been years that the Bassmaster Elite Series have come here where these guys cannot even get to where the bass are. With the lower water conditions, here's the best way to put it, those bass have nowhere else to go except in the wheelhouse of our anglers. So that's been the different dynamic this time around, where, look, you're talking about 50 to 100 fish schools some of these guys are on, and they have nowhere else to go. There's a lack of cover and a lack of water this time around.
Yeah, whereas the last time we were here, the water was seemingly endless. It kept even rising through the tournament. We had anglers do very well, just sort of pushing that edge out there.
Some of the anglers yesterday and the phone calls in the evening said, you can tell that the anglers were last here when it was high water because they are fearless and they're running places they should not be running this week. So that's also another aspect. The final event of the season, the weights are tighter in this event than they are in any other tournament in this year. And the possibility of getting stuck, losing a few hours of time being stuck on a sandbar or a shoal, or needing a ride back to weigh-in because you beat your boat. That's not something you want.
Another angler we're watching, that man right there, Chris Johnston, 3rd place. Progressive Angler of the Year points. Chris Johnston in 4th place in this tournament right now, has had a fantastic season. Chris also mathematically, possibly could win the points title. Let's talk to Chris right now and what he's doing.
So today started out great. It couldn't have, well, actually could have went a little better. And all those fish I'm getting on the chatterbait, and it seems like each spot after I caught them, I'd slow down, throw a Carolina rig, throw a crankbait, and nothing. It seems like when they're there, they're aggressive and they want to eat. So I'm not going to stay as long tomorrow. I'm just going to fish them pretty quick. If they're there, I think they're going to be aggressive and I'll get the bites. And then after that, I went frog fishing through this black Spro frog and kind of went to work. I didn't get a lot of bites, but when I do get a bite on this, it's been a big one, and I did get fortunate. They came up blowing some shad just in the eelgrass. It's kind of crappy looking, to be honest. It's like 4 or 5 feet. Eelgrass is a couple inches below the surface, and there's kind of floating eelgrass, so the only thing I could throw at them was a frog. I was a little disappointed when I rolled up, but to be honest, just on the edge of that mud, I fished maybe 30, 40 yards over. There was a little clean strip, and I caught about 5 bass in 10 minutes. One was a 3.5, again on a chatterbait. And I did leave them biting because I didn't want to waste another 2-pounder because I might be begging for them on day 2. So I'm hoping that spot pans out tomorrow. And if that doesn't work, I'm just going to go fish in some new water. I've got some areas where I might be able to get 1 or 2 fish, but it might take me an hour or 2, but they're usually good ones, and that's going to be frogging or flipping. And looking forward to trying these out tomorrow and see what it has in store.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Live coverage from La Crosse, Wisconsin, and look, I think we got a fishing tournament breaking out here. We've been waiting for that for about an hour, and waiting with good reason, waiting for the bottom of a big Midwestern storm system to pass through. It had lightning associated with us. Our guys are not lightning proof. We must protect their safety at all times. And now they've been given the go-ahead to get started, so fishing is imminent.
Really keep your eye on the 2 Brandons at the top of your Angler of the Year leaderboard. Brandon Polinick and Brandon Lester starting very close to our takeoff right there in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Chris Johnston making a little further run down towards Stoddard.
They take off in flights here, and the first flight will fish until 3 p.m. local time, Central Time. That's when the weigh-in festivities get started here. Very important weigh-in on day number 2. It's always kind of bittersweet for many of these anglers. It will be their last weigh-in of the year if they don't make that cut, if they don't make the top 47.
Some anglers already had their last weigh-in of the year yesterday because, that's just the way it goes. But today, like you said, we'll lose half the field, and then Championship Monday, we will have 10 anglers competing for the last coveted trophy of the season, $100,000, and we'll decide all kinds of other prizes.
And we're taking off in pool number 8, fishing pool 7, 8, and 9 here at La Crosse, Wisconsin. Another element, if you want to fish 8 and 9, you have to deal with a lock. That's a time crunch as well.
And that's really whenever you have a delay like this, and this is a good one. I mean, this is an hour long. You're chewing up about 12 to 15% of your day sitting there. Who does that help? Who does that hurt? Obviously, the anglers that went up to Onalaska in Pool 7. We also had some of your leaders in the top 30 running down to Pool 9. Anybody making that gamble. Whenever you go through a lock, I don't care where you're at, whenever you go through a lock system, that eats up time in itself. Anybody going down to 9 or going up to 7, this delay will hurt them by far the most.
And Tommy, it's not necessarily the time that it takes to open the gates of the lock, get in there and lower the water level or raise it and then get back out of the lock. It is the possibility of a major barge, this is a national waterway for a lot of industry travel. A barge in the lock means you have to wait. You're not allowed to get in the lock with a barge. You have to wait for them to go through on their own, and then you can do it. So that could be an hour of time for that big barge to get through there.
And the delays that we had in practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, those were there was a fog issue on this stretch of the river where guys were not able to literally see a quarter mile for the better side of 3 hours. That's why so much of our field decided they're going to stop, stay, and practice in 8, maximize their time in case something like this happened.
So much of that action for the reasons you outlined there, you and Ronnie both, taking place in pool number 8. So pool number 8 takes the majority of the pressure. Certainly held up to it yesterday, but how long can it last? That's another question that we will have answered over the next 3 days of fishing.
You see some of these later flights. Yesterday, we flipped the field, so if you were in the last 2 flights yesterday, you'll be in the first 2 flights today. They go through the live well check there as they idle by the dock, make sure there's no fish in their live wells, because they got to put 5 fish in there today if they want to make the cut.
Exactly. One of the reasons you always see any Elite Series tournament that we have had on the Mississippi River out of La Crosse. La Crosse is an area that is replenished with bass. There's so many local tournaments that go out of this boat ramp. We've seen a lot of top 10s, almost victories out of the Black River stretch of the Mississippi River, just around the corner from our takeoff. So not only maximizing your time, there is just always a huge population of largemouth and smallmouth within 3 miles of our takeoff.
Again, we're following so many stories today, prominent among them, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. That's how you qualify for the World Championship. Very, very important goal. That's everything for these guys all season long from the very first cast. And you got to hit that magic number. If you want to qualify for that, it's kind of a moving number. And we have 4 more St. Croix Bassmaster Open events for this season, meaning a possibility of 4 more double qualifiers. Not a probability, but certainly a possibility. So it will not all be cut and dried even at the end of the proceedings here in La Crosse.
Yeah, and the other story, we didn't talk about it this morning, there are also anglers fighting for their career. You got to see yesterday on stage a lot of emotion from a couple anglers that knew today is possibly their last day in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and they will have to focus on those. Oh, look at Zachary is that good boy. A lot of those anglers that, knowing that they're possibly going to be cut, going to have to focus on the Bassmaster Opens coming up the next few weeks.
We still have some major moves that can be had. There's kind of a big separation. If we look at Progressive Angler of the Year, none of this is official because today will make it more official. Losing half the field, a lot of those points get solidified. But a guy like Brock Mosley, who needed a good event this week, he's had some events in the 7. He started the season 63rd, 65th, and 74th. That is not the way you want to start the year. He's came on strong in the mid to late part of the season. He moved up yesterday to 45th place. The top 43 right now are in the Classic. Could be as far as 44 this week. He's sitting there just a few points out, but from 45th to 46th, Tommy, is about a 25-point gap. So the anglers, there's a big gap there, and so Mosley, being in the top 5, he better stay there if he wants to keep pace for Angler of the Year.
We're going to be in the boat with Brock Mosley all day long, so we'll get to follow that story very closely. We'll also be getting bonus coverage throughout the day, as we always do with other anglers, ones who are onto something important for sure.
We got to see a big mix of power and finesse yesterday. A lot of spinning rods were out, finesse fishing as the sun got up, but a frog a big factor. Interestingly enough, your leader coming into day number 2, Brian Schmidt, every single bass that he put on the stage yesterday, he is a power fisherman. Every single bass came on a drop shot and light line.
You never know how to get it done, but it's becoming more clear with every tournament. We see the picture a little clearer with each passing day. We'll learn a lot today, and we expect to be fishing very, very soon. The weather delay has come to an end. Takeoff is underway.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, boats. And by Rapala.
Welcome and hope you're having a great Saturday morning. Ours is looking better. It started out a little rough this morning. We were to take off an hour ago here at La Crosse, Wisconsin on the upper Mississippi. We had lightning in the area. Two things, wind and lightning, very, very dangerous. Both can cause delays. In the case of wind, maybe a whole day to be wiped out. But the good news is our day is on now. The lightning has passed. These guys are going out. Be cautious through the day for a scattered storm or two, but we have a prospect of getting our fishing started very, very soon right here. And this is an important day. Every day of the season is very, very important. This one is going to decide so much. Making that cut to 47 after today from our full field of 90, we'll be fishing momentarily. So crucial.
Exactly right. Looking at your Angler of the Year, no, actually the standings of this tournament. Brian Schmidt leading this event. Very, very, very tight. And the majority of what you're seeing right there with your leaders in the top 10, for the most part, call it about 95% of those anglers targeting the largemouth in Pool 8. Not as many smallmouth as we saw yesterday. A couple good ones. Largemouth were the biggest factor by far.
One big thing there is you see Jeff Gustafson in our tournament race tied for 4th coming into today. And for Canadian, who necessarily wasn't the best at certain largemouth events, has put together a crazy amount of consistency, and we see Jeff Gustafson in the top 10 in Angler of the Year this year, really proving that his growth on the Elite Series so far.
Brandon Palaniuk looking to be the second ever, or the 12th ever in Bassmaster history to win 2 Progressive Angler of the Year titles. Brandon Lester, Chris Johnson, his closest pursuers. That's a story absolutely at the top of our headlines, the top of the page, as you say, throughout the course of this day. We will be with them in the boat with all those anglers all day long, and we are very, very close to having some fishing happening.
And we know, obviously, we have one eye on this 4-day tournament to wrap up the year and one eye on our Progressive Angler of the Year race with the top 3 guys within just 15 points of each other. You can scan that QR code for exclusive coverage on the Angler of the Year race as it plays out the next 3 or 4 days. Hopefully, I don't think it'll be crowned today and decided today, Tommy. It'll be something they'll have to fight for tomorrow and even Monday possibly as well.
Takeoff continues right here. It takes a while to get all 90 anglers past the checkpoints and off, legal, ready to go and fishing. They go out in flights, 4 flights today. The first flight is due back at 3 p.m. That's when that's local time, Central Time. That's when the weigh-in will begin.
Thank you.
In the dynamic that we got to see yesterday morning, that guy right there, Brandon Lester, actually starting on a big school of largemouth just south of our takeoff. Started in that area within yards of your Rookie of the Year leader, Jay Shakurit. Be interested to see if they both start in that area, because Shakurit said he's going to gamble a little bit more. And if Brandon Lester has that area to himself, he will be in very, very good shape.
This is some footage from yesterday with Brandon Lester, steadily all day long. Absolutely doing what he needed to do. Yeah, just a little shallow bar on the backside of an island here just outside of La Crosse. A lot of his work yesterday with the top water, a soft plastic jerk bait. Fair to say we did not see a single bass yesterday caught past about 5 feet of water all day long. Typical Mississippi River fishing the entire day.
And it's kind of proven the last part of the season with the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario, over in New York with deep smallmouth and also the shallow smallmouth aspect included. Then we go to Lake Oahe in South Dakota where it was deep smallmouth fishing, to here they've had to be diverse the last 2 weeks of the season, Tommy.
There he is, your points leader, Brandon Palaniuk. Hard to believe he's been out here for more than a decade. Wow. He's been dubbed by Dave Mercer, our own Dave Mercer, as the prodigy. I think if he wins another AOY, we just call him the maestro. Prodigy means you're an upstart. He's a fixture for sure. Yeah, and really what Brandon Palaniuk has shown us the last decade really is he is one of the best on the Bassmaster Elite Series with his electronics. Fishing offshore, finding things a lot of anglers just overlook. Not scared to make long runs, but really the last few seasons on the Bassmaster Elite Series, if you look at his win on Santee Cooper a couple of years ago, Brandon Palaniuk, one of the most versatile in the world right now of tournament bass fishing.
The question was, would you play it safe in this event as Angler of the Year leader? Do you stay here, fish close, try not to do anything crazy or what some would consider stupid possibly, and messing up your boat, not getting back to weigh-in? Palaniuk said he wasn't looking at the points race. He didn't know how much he was leading by, and he wasn't playing it safe. This was just a game plan that he formulated, and I can somewhat believe him, but I'll also know today, knowing that his two closest pursuers are in the top 12 of this event, we may see something a little bit different from him to try to make sure he gets it done today.
I think a lot of that yesterday, folks saying, did you play it safe? Because you were only, you were within 2 to 3 miles of our takeoff.
That's always factored.
Listen, Brandon Lester was within 2 to 3 miles of our takeoff. He just caught more than Brandon Palaniuk, so he was not posed with that question.
Given what we've seen so far today, what we saw yesterday, Z, how hard is it going to be for someone to replicate a performance from day number
That
one?
is the hardest thing on this stretch of the Mississippi River is consistency. Hands down, that is the hardest thing to do, to back up a 15-pound bag with a nut. There are miles between a 12-pound limit and a 15-pound limit, and to do that, which generally you need to do 4 days in a row here, very hard to duplicate that here. And the other thing, listening to a lot of our anglers this morning, we talked about the presence of that lightning an hour ago. That affects topwater fishing, where a lot of our anglers focused on that on day number one. I think you're going to see a lot of different techniques play this morning compared to what we saw yesterday.
Great shallow water river fishing pros out here. Of course, they're all good at it anymore. The specialist years are gone. We've got such great all-arounders out there. And our leader, such a great story, came here needing, a challenging season, needed something big to happen. He made the biggest thing happen that he could possibly do.
The last 2 years he's done that, Tommy. Last year he needed a big performance in 2 New York events, and he knocked out a victory at one of those places. And this week he's leading on a familiar destination. He may have not fished the Bassmaster Elite Series event here the last time we visited, but he has won a major tour level event on this body of water, albeit in the month of May. But he knows this system, he knows grass, and when you put Brian Schmidt on a grass fishery and a river system, he's going to be one to watch, and he's deadly.
And it does look like Brandon Palaniuk is going to stay in that stretch of the Black River where we saw him yesterday morning. He said he does not think he will have a problem at all catching 10 pounds today. He said the problem is getting to that 12 to 13 that he needs.
Here's a look at his season right there. Top to bottom, just absolutely terrific, with the one outlier being Lake Oahe. He's a smallmouth genius, and we go to a place like Lake Oahe. You expected him to be a top 10er, maybe shut the whole thing, shut the question down, and it did not happen. 66th place.
Yeah, when you think he's got a 41-point lead going into Lake Oahe, a smallmouth-driven body of water, and then he's coming to the Mississippi River, a place that he led and was blowing out the event 1 year before a accidental disqualification. They thought it was a done deal with a 41-point lead, but we saw it go to 37, and now we've seen it dwindle down unofficially to just 14 points going into day 2 of this event. This is going to be
we're good with that.
I mean, we don't have to create the drama anymore, right, Z? The drama's there for us.
We've got so much drama on the way today, so many questions to be answered. And look, everyone's underway right now. They are headed for their spots. They're going to get set up and start the fishing at long last. Thank you for your patience, for staying with us here. I think you'll find the fishing to be worth it at this special place, the Upper Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads the Braves into a huge showdown against Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Or the Giants take on Carlos Correa and the Twins. Tonight, 6:30 Eastern on Fox. Check your local listings for the games in your area. Looking forward to that, and here's something we've been looking forward to for about an hour and a half. How about some fishing?
Wow. Rumor has it we may see it very soon, Tommy.
Going to have it. Thank you for being with us here. The weather has delayed us, waiting for lightning to get out of the area. We can't send the anglers out with lightning in the area, but we have sent them out, and look, we've got some fishing happening.
Why do you sound so shocked?
I love it.
Gosh, I thought one was going to get it there. Heart was pounding.
I will say those storms in this region surge so strong to the west over those mountains in Minnesota, and right when they clear them, the intensity they bring into La Crosse, it's some of the strongest storms we see all year.
I'm so happy we're fishing.
Me too.
I feel good. It's just a lot different weather this morning, obviously. We're gonna have to probably make some adjustments. I can already tell this morning I don't see any schooling activity. I don't see any bait activity. A lot of times when you get lightning come through like that, it kind of messes those fish up for a little while. I mean, these fish are in less than 2 feet of water to begin with, so they're definitely still here. We're just gonna have to make the right bait adjustments and make the right moves at the right times, figure out how to catch them. But we'll figure it out.
I'm feeling good. We're seeing a few fish bust around. We haven't been able to get any of them to bite yet. But I feel hopeful. Hopeful that we'll be able to make something happen here. Definitely fish around. I may have to start out catching them on a drop shot again. There just may not be enough of them up chasing. I think there's a lot of fish in this area. It's just a matter of getting the timing right. If they're active and going, you can catch them in a hurry here. But it just seems like in the mornings, I don't know if they're spread out or what the deal is. But you can tell they're not to the activity level that I know they're capable of. So we'll start out drop shotting them like we did yesterday morning, catching them on the little deception worm. This worm has made me a lot of money over the years. Same worm I caught a 712 on at Santee on the final day when I won.
Get a backlash.
Give us your game plan for today.
You know, I found several areas that's got or had groups of fish in them in practice, and you know, we're just gonna have to run them. And you know, yesterday a couple of my groups had moved, or they wasn't there, or they just wasn't set up right because of the conditions. I don't know. Something changed and they didn't like it. So got an hour shorter day, so we got to make a little quicker work today and survive today. Main thing is, you know, making the right adjustment. You know, yesterday the fish wouldn't eat moving baits for me anyway. You know, I had to catch them on a frog, or for the most part, they wouldn't touch none of the moving baits, which bluebird skies with no wind, that's, you know, that's in Fishing the Hen book. But, you know, we're just gonna run a bunch of areas and see if we can run into the fish. And, you know, as of right now, the spot I'm in now, there was a lot of bait fish here all week, and a lot of fish moving and feeding on them, and I haven't really seen that this morning, which I don't know if it's, you know, because it's first thing in the morning. I don't know if the storm kind of pushed them down, but we're just going to keep moving around and see if we can put together a bag.
A little. Maybe it may keep though. May get us started. He's probably gonna be short. He's gonna be close. Probably just short.
Smallmouth need to be 14 inches in length here.
Yep, he's short. Just a bit outside. Just a bit outside, just a little short. See if we can get another bite. He's up there shallow. Gosh, the wind is blowing.
Iconelli and Seth Fighter have figured a few things out. They've jumped into our top 10 with several fish each.
Should.
See Drew Benton.
I don't know his
fishing
listen.
below the
Looks
Onalaska
like there's a bunch
Spillway.
of them on the bait right here on the boat.
Kobe Krieger, who's right beside of him, I could just tell by the boat wrap color, the green and purple boat, has 2 fish and is unofficially second place right now, based off of his deal there.
Had a decent first day, 14 pounds, 13 ounces, 12th place, Kobe Krieger.
Our unofficial leader, Matt Herron, 2 fish already this morning. We'll see him live today. Talked to him last night on the phone. He said that he planned on going back to that area. We saw him in Pool 8 yesterday to give it a try to catch a couple fish real quick. After catching a couple fish, he's going to still possibly try to make that Pool 9 lock and go down to Pool 9, depending on if that area is fired out. He tried to wear it out yesterday, but he still thinks there might be some fish there, and so far he's caught just a few small ones, but he may just give it a run.
Well, it is a party right there below the spillway. Gary Klaus, Kobe Krieger, Drew Benton.
Seth Fighter with his 4th fish. Last 2 have only been 1.5 pounds. He's up to 8 pounds on the day. He was in the 60s. He's in 3rd place right now.
You're just checking in with us. That's your leader in upper left, Brian Schmidt, Maryland, about 17 pounds, 10 ounces yesterday.
All right, so we just got to where I wanted to start. Thank goodness nobody's on it. Caught 2 really big ones here late yesterday. Caught, I think, 3 keepers, 2 big ones. And at that time, when I caught those 2 big ones, it was like, okay, it would be a high chance that there's just nothing I could upgrade with. Like, why keep you know, why maybe catch a 3-pounder to get rid of a 3, you know, a 3-2 to get rid of a 3 even or something like that. So I stopped fishing. I don't know how many is here. I just lost one, felt pretty big. To me, the scenario of this setup, of this exact spot, is like textbook for a place that we're fishing. It's like we got this huge bay of grass that's protected. You know, it's barriered off. It's extremely good habitat, but you know, there's ditches, there's edges, there's little channels within this place, and this has the deepest water swinging right up on it. It's right near the mouth of the bay as well, which I think is a big deal. So anytime you got, there he is. Stand by. Let's see if he's a keeper. I don't think he's a keeper. Negative on the keeper. So anytime you got a really, really deep edge of grass, you know, right near the mouth of a huge bay like this, there should be a funnel spot. Fish coming, going, stopping, and typically, you know, the winter's coming, fall's coming. Everything's going to transition to a deep spot. The bait, everything. So this could be a stopping ground, or we might pull up here and not catch anything big. So we'll just see how it goes. Dude, I think they're gonna munch big time. I don't know if they're gonna munch for me, but as long as you have somewhere where the wind's not gonna destroy you, or the mud, the influx of dirty water is gonna destroy you, they're gonna bite. I mean, grass fish love, you know, rainy, nasty days.
Seth Fighter has a munch. He's got a limit. He's culled. He's in first place. 10 pounds today from 64th place.
He's a man that knows grass fish, that is for sure.
First
that is
cast.
his trademark. Let's get over to Chris Johnston.
Smallie. Apparently a couple new ones showed up. Take it. Come on, buddy.
Chris Johnson said the first
Number 1.
90 minutes were critical if they reloaded.
Absolutely a dangerous guy, someone Brian Schmidt has to look out for. Is he someone our Progressive Angler of the Year points leader has to look out for? Got a lot of stuff to play out during the course of this day. We're going to take a break real quick. When we come back, Dave and Davey, Dave Mercer and Davey Height will give us some on-location coverage.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome one, welcome all. Welcome to La Crosse, Wisconsin. And day 2 a little delayed here this morning, but the good news is the anglers are on the water, and as you always expect here in this beautiful part of the world in the Mississippi River, they are catching them. There's no delay. Well, there is delays in fishing, I guess, but we're not going to cancel a day. They're out on the water. A torrential storm rolled through here, and these anglers are going to have to adjust, and that's what makes this sport so, so special. These anglers play this game in a public playing field, and that public playing field happens to be in beautiful La Crosse, Wisconsin, but it's the final event of 2022. We can't do it normal. we can't just be on the side of the river. We are at the La Crosse Loggers baseball field. And this morning, for a little while, I was hoping that we could roll out tarps like they do in baseball games and cover this up. But the good news is now the rain has stopped, the weather has cleared, Davey Height. And my question to you is, how tough is it for anglers to adjust after that hour? You know, it's only an hour, but man, your game plan, everything just halts and you're dealing with weather.
Absolutely. When those anglers are sitting there and they didn't know exactly how long we were going to have to delay because of the weather, didn't know if it was going to be 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. You know, if it gets to half of the day delayed, then they'll have to cancel the whole day. But thankfully, we did not have to do that. That one storm rolled through, but then the forecast the rest of the day is spotted showers and storms, and these anglers are able to use their phones and radar and watch out for that and seek shelter if they need to do so. So it does change the thing, but that's all part of the game that we play. There's a lot on the line here this week. Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, a classic berth to the winner here. So a lot on the line, but this is just one of the things that you have to deal with as a fisherman.
Kudos to our tournament department. A great call, because literally we're supposed to go at 7, and at 7 o'clock, that's exactly when the storm hit us. But the storm that matters right now is happening out on the water. And we're going to join a 10-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, former TTBC champion, went out in second this morning. And Matt Herron, overdue for an Elite Series title, I'd say, Dave.
He is. Matt Herron has had a great career. This year has not been one of his best, but what a better way to finish it off here. He would get a guaranteed classic berth if he wins this tournament, winning his first elite tournament. I mean, a lot of folks are pulling for Matt Herron this week, and certainly I'm one of them, and he's getting off to a good start this morning after the storm.
Little turd. I'm about over this now. Come here. He ain't even 14 inches. I thought he was a big one. He thumped that thing.
Smallmouth bass has to be 14 inches. I don't know if that's going to quite make that. Have to check and see. Did not have a camera with Matt Herron yesterday. He had a great day out on the water, and everyone was assuming that, let's see if this is going to be a keeper. Has to be 14 inches. Oh, wow. Made the cut. Good start for him. But we see him with a spinning rod fishing off the bank, let's say. Not necessarily offshore, but not what I thought he might be doing here this week. He loves to throw a frog and absolutely loves to have a flipping stick in his hand, but he's a very versatile angler. I've seen him with a spinning rod many, many times, but with all this cover, that's kind of surprising.
Another guy having a big week, Brian New, former Opens winner, and won the first Elite Series event he ever fished in Palatka, Florida. Big event last week in South Dakota as well. So.
Yes, he did. Ooh, hooked up here. You see what he's fishing there. It's obvious. It's a wing dam, a jetty of rocks coming out to divert the current. Good for holding largemouth and especially smallmouth bass here on the river.
That's a good way to start.
Nice largemouth.
A lot of anglers have different motivational quotes and things, and his is pretty simple. Don't suck. And I would say he is definitely not doing that.
He's had another good year this year, like you mentioned, especially last week
Magnum
and
swamp
this week.
crawler, old school on them. Number 1 Gamakatsu G-Finesse weedless stinger, 12-pound sunline. Don't forget the bait fuel.
I think they checked off all the sponsor boxes there.
Yes, yes, yes.
And with that, we'll move on down the river to Brandon Lester. Anglers had 2 wins already this year, And he is trying to chase down Brandon Polnick here at the finish line and take that Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title from him. Did his job yesterday, Davey.
He absolutely did, but Brandon Polnick did also. And it's, like you mentioned, it's his to lose. Brandon Lester having a great year, had a good day yesterday, and he's got a good one on here this morning.
She's barely hooked. Get in here. Number one. Not a big one, but 2-pounder.
Like Brandon caught his first keeper on a vibrating jig. It's what most anglers love coming here. All anglers that I know. I've never heard in all the years we've been here with Bassmaster tournaments, I've never heard an angler say, I don't like fishing the upper end of the Mississippi River around La Crosse, Wisconsin. And one of the big reasons, there's so many largemouth and smallmouth, and you can fish so many different ways. You see Brian New and Brandon Lester fishing current.
Just give me the heads up before.
Changes, eddies in the river.
Live.
But you see a lot of guys fishing frogs and other top waters.
Try and keep her tight.
What a two-way tie yesterday between a couple of Canadians, Jeff Gustafson and Chris Johnston.
That's a good one. Yeah. Solid start. I'd call that a 3-pounder. One down. One down.
Really good to see these anglers getting off to a good start. Sometimes the thunderstorms will shut these fish off, so it's good to see this.
When your name's the Great Canadian Snow Leopards, you're not going to let a little snow slow you down. And let's keep the Canadian love going. Or, yeah, let's keep the Canadian love going.
There we go.
There he is, Chris Johnson. They were in a two-way tie, and they're roommates. So, I mean, it might be a uncomfortable. They'd probably just both said sorry, wouldn't they? Sorry.
Roommates, but very competitive. Oh, wow.
If it's a bass, it's a big one.
Good shot there of the top water bait.
Get out of the weeds. It's a good largie.
A lot of vegetation here on the river.
Yeah, baby.
Probably eelgrass where.
That's a good one.
Yep. Eelgrass there. He's fishing over.
That's what we're after. He holds spook. I think I did miss him the cast before there. It's a fatty. Chunk.
See a lot of fish caught 1.5 to 2 pounds, and that just kind of mentally keeps you happy, but you know you need those fish like he caught there, a 3-pounder or 3 to 4 pounders. They are the ones you need to keep you in the hunt to have a chance to win
on the tip of
Championship Monday.
Uh-oh.
Chris Johnson battling it out for this title, of course. He's the first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, but also in the mix in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Atop the leaderboard, of course, Brandon Polnick. But Brandon Lester and Chris Johnson putting some pressure on him every spot they can move up. Forces Polnick to catch him out there today. Brandon Polnick atop the leaderboard of Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year. Can he make it across the finish line, or will one of these anglers chase him down here at the final stop of 2022, the 9th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series?
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to the 9th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the final full field day of competition here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You got to be in the top 47 to keep your tournament alive and move into tomorrow. But big eyes are on the Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race, and atop that leaderboard, the youngest angler ever to win an Elite Series event, the all-time weight record holder in smallmouth bass terms, Jay Shikurik, atop that leaderboard with 611 pounds, and if he can slide into our top 47 here today, he has sealed the deal and joined that list of Rookie of the Years. And man, you look at winning Rookie of the Year, and you look what those anglers go on to accomplish, it is truly amazing. But why wait to win it to accomplish things? Jay Shikurik has been on fire all year long.
That's a better one. Not fat.
Not surprising to see these anglers, really. Every fish we've seen caught so far been current related. That rain and wind creates more current, and these anglers are certainly capitalizing on it. Might hurt the frog bite in that matted vegetation a little bit, but these guys that we've been on here definitely capitalize on more current.
Well, it all started 198 days ago. We met a young rookie named Jay Shikurik, and you look at his season, and man, with the exception of just a few events, can it go any better than that, Davey?
Yeah, if you're just looking at that and not familiar with the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, these Elite Series pros are the best of the best. And when you see a 33rd or a 14th or 24th or 40, those are all good, solid checks. And for a rookie to come out here in the first 4 events, make good, solid checks, it's absolutely incredible. And it shows, you know, he stubbed his toe a little bit, but man, the St. Lawrence River stands out there. His first Elite Series victory on his very first year. There's anglers that have been out here for 10 plus years and not captured a blue trophy, and he did it in his very first season.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Stay out of them weeds. Oh, yes, sir. Look at that one right there.
Solid fish there. Wow.
Biggest one I've caught yet. That's a 3.
Heard some anglers that weigh in yesterday saying they caught 40, 50 fish and not catch one that size is so important to catch those. That's only a second fish, but those are the kind that he wants to have in his live well and bring to the scales. Good solid fish here. Here again, you can see there's a little small island where the current, you see the direction the wind's blowing, pushing that current, and it's probably a sandbar right off of that little spot of reeds there that he's fishing.
Yeah.
Might not be the last one we see him catch here.
Wow, is it blowing?
Yep.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Another big one.
Oh, the right ones, too.
Get in here.
It's really incredible to be a rookie, how calm, cool, and collect he is right now. Because I mean, he's making hay, so to speak, and he knows it, but he's just
call it 3.
Seems to have the same demeanor he had when we saw him with 0 fish in his live well this morning.
It really is amazing. In a world where we're so used to seeing young athletes achieve success. I mean, if I was Jay Secure, I'm honest, I would have shown up at the next event with the license plate 102.8 after I got the record, and probably get a chain that says ROY. Speaking of rookies of the year, it's amazing what they go on to accomplish, and here's one of them right here. A former rookie of the year, Drew Benton, also an Elite Series champion, and in the mix once again here this week.
It's really obvious these anglers keying on current. See that narrow canal that creates a lot of current, and right where it opens up and it changes that current is what he's fishing. It's really been good this morning with this weather.
Oh yeah. Maybe. He's gonna be right there at it. Yeah, he's a keeper. Chunky one. See this cloud cover and wind, these bigger ones wouldn't bite this. I had to really finesse them when it was slick. I say bigger ones. Man,
yesterday we had
I better measure that
a few scattered clouds, but pretty much bluebird skies, and heard a lot of anglers being they were around schooling fish and couldn't get those fish to bite.
Measuring things
a lot better this morning with the clouds and the wind.
Oh yeah, he's 15.
Oh, it's all day.
All day.
Now back to the great Canadian snow leopard, Jeff Gustafson, the pride of Kenora, Ontario. Talked to Gussie for about 45 minutes during pre-fish. He was pre-fishing, he had his headset on, and we were fishing away, and I'd hear every once in a while, well, that noise right there.
Had that good a practice, huh?
He kept telling me they were small ones, but in our 45-minute call, I think he caught 4 or 5 of them. So.
Wow. It's a solid keeper. They're chunks. Love these northern largemouths. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're a lot prettier than the ones in the south. No offense to anybody from the south, but they kind of look like that up at home too, where I'm from. Yeah. 8 hours straight north of here. It's about as close. This is about as close as it gets for me to fish one of these. So, got to make the most of it. There we go. That little guy. Perch. That's some good eats right there. Yeah. That would be as good as it gets to eat.
See Jake Whitaker off his bow there. A lot of anglers fishing close to each other once again here this week.
Yeah, three pools here. 7, 8, and 9 on the Mississippi River. But when those fish school in big groups, hard not to find them, and those anglers are going to group up around those schools of fish.
That's a keeper. Ain't no big one, but I think he's a keeper. Come here. He is fat, isn't he? Make sure, but I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah.
All day. Very familiar where Brent, there he is. Yep. I've fished here a number of times. I knew exactly where he was, but for those who haven't been here, the Humminbird bird's eye view shows you he's right in the mouth of I'd call it a back channel off of the main Mississippi River there. You see just a little south of the bridge. Now, all these anglers that we've seen this morning catching fish are in current related spots, and this is certainly where Brandon Lester is fishing, where that channel comes in and swings right up to this vegetation, a deeper bank.
Do you think the weights will be better today, Davey, with this weather?
If it stays like this, there's a chance of scattered storms. If we have some of those roll in, it might hurt some people. But with three pools of the Mississippi, I mean, it may affect someone in Pool 7, but the people in Pool 9 didn't even know it rained, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's definitely starting off better this morning. I'm glad we were able to get out there. Lisa Talmadge, the tournament director, and Chris Bowes, they made a great call, in my opinion. You can see the fishing is really good right now.
Over to Chris Johnston, sitting in third place for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Ron Giant. I don't know if he'll keep or not. Oh yeah, he'll keep. A little bigger than I thought. Take that one. He's toying with it. Probably hit it 3 or 4 times. Number 3.
Just really amazing, Chris and Corey Johnson, the well-rounded fishermen they are. Had a great tournament last week, Oahe. And everybody's like, yeah, he's a great smallmouth fisherman. You expect him to do that. He turns around 4 days later, 5 days later, and catching largemouth on the Mississippi River. Just incredible.
I don't think we've had a year that either Chris or Corey hasn't been in the top 10 for Angler of the Year since they've joined the Elite Series. But it's not all about Angler of the Year. It's also about the tournament title. And Brian Schmidt already won Elite Series title, but he'd like another. Who wouldn't like another, Davey Height?
Oh, absolutely. And this place really sets up great for Brian. A lot of, experience on the Potomac River, Chesapeake Bay, large, expansive grass flats, and this place really sets up perfect for him. Not surprising at all to see him leading yesterday.
He might not be a keeper. Keeper number 1. Little small jaws.
Small jaw for Ryan Schmidt. Already 1 win in the Opens, 1 in the Elite Series. We're putting it together here on day number 1. We may have been delayed for an hour, but they're out there and they're catching them early on day 2.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Welcome back to On Location coverage here in the great state of Wisconsin. Day number 2, stop number 9 of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River, and it all comes down to this. 198 days ago, it kicked off in Palatka, Florida, and now we have a Florida angler atop our leaderboard. Scott Martin with 24 pounds, 3 ounces, comes into this event needing a big event, Davey Height. All sorts of pressure this week. We've got Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year, and then you've got your Classic cut anglers. What's more pressure as an angler, to be trying to get in that Classic or trying to seal the deal on top of one of those titles?
Oh, they're equally, very, very a lot of pressure. You would think, well, Angler of the Year, it's more pressure than trying to make the Classic, but it's like the goal every angler sets at the beginning of the season. All of these Elite Series anglers is to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. Brandon Lester has done that. He is hooked up
multiple times through his win in the Open. And, I mean, if he were to win Angler If we were to win this event, he'd be a very popular guy. That'd make him a 3-time qualifier.
Yep. They go down the list.
Got a hook hole in his mouth. It may be one I let go yesterday. Because we called right here a couple of times.
Double or triple qualified. That goes down the list.
From Brandon Lester, let's make a move, Davey. This incredible playing field, as you said, 3 pools are open. But the guy that they're chasing down, Brian Schmidt, our day 1 leader, told me on stage yesterday that his marshal predicted it, got in the boat. I don't know if his marshal was Miss Cleo or what, but predicted, said, you're going to lead this tournament today, and that's exactly what he did.
Wow. I would ask for the same marshal on day 2.
He did, but we gave him a camera guy instead.
See, there these largemouth and smallmouth bass have to be 14 inches to possess here on this area of the Mississippi River.
Is all the way through. I'll re-rig that.
Back over to another former Elite Series champion, Brian New. Actually sells Don't Suck t-shirts, Davey Height.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen those.
I think I'm going to buy us a couple for next season.
Maybe. Come on, dude. Hot dang, hot dang, hot dang. Pulling his gills out. This is kind of scary.
So you see the anglers, they use different, G-Juice is one of the most popular
Call him a pound
liquids
and a
you
quarter.
put in the live well to help these fish survive the day. This time of the year, especially with a day like today, they're very hardy, but that's adding a little good, let's say, stay alive juice there to that fish. Very, very important for these anglers. Keep these fish alive. It's a 4-ounce penalty for a dead fish in a tournament like this at La Crosse, where everyone catches so many 2 to 3 pound fish. 4 ounces could be the difference in winning and losing.
I mean, bird's eye view of that area.
Yeah,
that
so this
Brandon
is actually
Lester
the
doing.
same worm, same rig that I won at Pickwick with. This is just a Nico rig. I'm using a little bit lighter weight. I'm using a 3/32 ounce. Mustad tungsten nail weight. What this is you can see that little ditch right there comes out from that backwater back in there, and obviously there's a little hard spot right there, and there's some, you can probably see on my active target, there's those shoots going up. Those are isolated clumps of grass is what that is, and those fish are just relating to the mouth of that ditch and that grass right there. And I mean, obviously there's a bunch of them there. There's a lot of small fish in there, but I keep thinking I'm gonna set the hook one time and it's gonna be a 4 or 5 pounder. I mean, anytime you've got a school like that, there's gonna be some big fish in that school. I know there's some big ones that are, I mean, big ones live in this marina. This is a very much a community hole on this river. I know there's some big ones in there. I just kind of got to weed through them, and I can actually see those fish. They've moved over to the right just a little bit from where the majority of them were yesterday, but I can see them out there on my active target. There's one big clump out there. And every fish I've caught here this morning's been in a spot about the size of the front deck of my boat. Very specific little spot.
Brandon Lester doing a great job giving us our Bass Pro Shops top lures.
Great explanation of what he's fishing there and what he's fishing and why he's fishing it. Good
Pros
stuff.
just don't get to compete. I mean, they got to host a show, got to do all sorts of things.
You bet.
A lot of other professionals in other sports don't do. Brian Schmidt, our day one leader, currently sitting in 12th place.
Third keeper there for Brian. A little smaller than they were yesterday, but a lot of fishing time left.
Three rounds. Number 3, Captain. Get a little something, just get a little something going. Get the day going.
Boy, you put Brian Schmidt on any fishery that has grass, and he's going to be a player.
There's about 50
Literally
of them
coast
right
to
here.
coast.
Like they should be right, I should be right in them. Oh, hit it.
It's bird dogging Davey.
Yes. I think he is right in them. Yes, definitely right in them.
Please don't swallow it, please. Dang, gone, he swallowed it too. Son of a gun.
Is current the reason that we see so many groups of fish on this particular body of water?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the numbers of fish, it just kind of depends on how healthy the fishery is, but the current really groups these fish up. And a lot of bait fish on the river here, more than we've seen in the past. The mild winter probably had a lot to do with that. Less die off of the threadfin shad. But it really groups these fish up, and that's why it's so much fun. And you
Swimming at me again. Might be a keeper. I don't think it's a giant. I think we got a keeper. Skinny one. I think so.
Yeah, Dave, so Brandon Lester did a great job describing what he was fishing for us a few minutes ago, and you could see the bank and all.
Need to get rid of him today.
So that's Chris Johnson is fishing something very similar, but it's just under the water, the ditch and the hard bottom. There's a reason he's just not randomly fishing out there in that open water. There's a depth change, probably a hard bottom, and then some current that puts these fish in exact locations.
Come on.
Back over to our day one leader, Brian Schmidt.
God, there's a bunch of them, dude. Uh-oh. 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 We'll take you. We'll take you. Get in here.
Oh, yeah.
Get in here. We'll take you too. Pretty fish. B.A.S.S got them.
Getting bigger for Brian Schmidt.
Switch to this hook for drop shot, and it's a 957 from B.A.S.S. Mwah. 5. We got 5, baby.
Things can change in a hurry, especially when fish are grouped up like that. Your day one leader, Brian Schmidt, unofficially back in the lead just like that, chasing down his second Elite Series title at the final Elite Series event of 2022. Welcome back to La Crosse, Wisconsin, our on-location coverage. Takeoff delayed about an hour this morning, but the right call was made by the tournament department because the skies are starting to clear and the storms have moved out of the area. And the best news is the fish are biting. This is a very rare full field day on FS1. Normally you guys that see this tournament when it's cut down to half the field, but this tournament finishes on a Monday, so full field fishing here, the final full field day of 2022. You got to stay inside the top 47 to move on to semifinal Sunday. And Chris Johnston hangs around with us a lot on the weekends, Davey.
Yeah, he definitely does.
They love swimming at the boat.
Oh.
Nice little smallie.
Beautiful jump there. Not so beautiful to Chris, but certainly is to us.
Yes. Getting skinnier.
There's a smallmouth. It's what's so great about this place. You catch largemouth and smallmouth on the same location, the exact same spot.
Caught before.
Feels out his limit there with solid pound and a half, maybe a little more. Smallmouth. The other ones we saw him catch have all been largemouth. That's first smallmouth, I think, for Chris today.
With that, he should unofficially take the lead away from Brian Schmidt, our day one leader. And as we've mentioned, Chris Johnston, a lot more on the line than just this title. As if that's not enough. Comes into this event in third place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. And the only man in control of his own destiny is Brandon Palnick. But if Palnick slips, Johnson is putting maximum pressure on him right now.
There's one.
Hooked up again. Oh, what a great sign.
I don't think I'm getting the size on this bait, though. That's a good one. Take this one. It's a little better. Come on, buddy. Yeah, it's bigger.
Good fish here. I think it will definitely help Chris Johnson. His smallest fish, 1 pound 5 ounces, you see there. And this one definitely bigger than that.
It's not dry him, but it'll help. There we go. Decent one. Bigger than I thought.
Oh, wow.
Might be a 3.
Another small
Solid one.
Help him a lot.
Big. There you see it. Not unofficial anymore. Chris Johnson takes over the lead with that call right there. Knocks Brian Schmidt down to second place. And oh, look at Gerald Swindle. Moved into third place with 24 pounds, 7 ounces. But a big morning for Chris Johnson here on day number 2 as he tries to put more and more pressure on our progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Palnick. But your VMC on point has to be Chris Johnston and the morning that he's had, Davey I.
Absolutely. The VMC on point, I agree with you 100%, has to be Chris Johnston. Start out this morning with top water, put a couple good fish in the boat, largemouth early on. Fishing out, let's just say open water along the Mississippi River. A lot of shallow vegetation, ditches and high spots, a lot of depth changes out in this open water, and Chris Johnson has certainly been on point. Spot locked on a place is holding largemouth and smallmouth bass. Chris Johnson, VMC on point.
It all comes down to this, and the biggest title, season-long title there is, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and that is the leaderboard right there. You see Chris Johnson in third place. Brandon Palnick atop the leaderboard, but being a little quiet here on day number 2. Follow the action all day long.
Today on Fox, the Big Ten goes to Ireland, where Ramir Johnson leads the Huskers against the Wildcats. It's the Aer Lingus College Football Classic today at noon Eastern on Fox.
Tommy, we're going to hear a lot of it next week, the big Fox pregame show. Give us your early pick for national champion. Go ahead.
National champion?
Yeah, throw it now. Throw it way too early.
You're way,
It's way too. Oh, I mean,
Go.
you know, we might as well just call the Hogs on set here. I just think that
Wow.
they're just going to
Wait a
have a big
minute.
year with one of the hardest schedules. I'm just saying.
There's a little time to chew on that. Hey, we didn't waste a little time. We were deprived of a little time by Mother Nature this morning. For good reason, we kept these anglers in for well over an hour. They are out now. They are fishing, and things are moving up and down the leaderboard. One of our big players in the top story of the day here on Moving Day, second day of the tournament, Brandon Lester.
Maybe. I think he'll make it. Oh, yeah.
Fish number 4 for Brandon Lester, and you have to start talking about this. Brandon Lester, Chris Johnston doing their job in the Angler of the Year race. Chris Johnston having a big morning. Brandon Palnick, 0 fish, all the way down unofficially 62nd place.
If you look at Bass Track, Chris Johnson moments ago when he took the lead and was more than 9 spots ahead of Brandon Lester, he was number 1 in AOY. Lester was second. That fish gave Lester the lead in AOY.
Might be him.
Yes, sir. That's a keeper. You got a face full of hooks. Might have been the one that jumped over it. Might be a little wolf pack on there.
Boy, the unofficial Mercury Dare to Compare, a lot more wind today. It was a sheet of glass for 8 straight hours yesterday on the Mississippi River. Good solid keeper right there for Drew Benton. Not where he started yesterday below the Onalaska Spillway. That is a party going on right now. About a half dozen boats starting there today. From there, going to get back down to your current Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakurit, with a big, big morning so far.
He's barely got it. I don't even know if it's a keeper. Might be. Maybe.
Strike King Sexy Dog right there for Jay Shakurit. And interesting, him bypassing that primary starting spot where he started with Brandon Lester yesterday, starting south about 10 miles. Not a ton of fish, but quality there, just like Chris Johnston this morning.
Last one might have been the biggest. Or they caught on to my tricks. Yeah. There's one. Little guy. Bottom lip.
And while we were with Chris Johnston, Jay Shakurit just landed his limit fish, putting him up to unofficially into the top 2 of this tournament. Not only does that, but it moves him from the teens in Angler of the Year into the top 10, which is a lot more money for the Angler of the Year race.
The biggest limit of the day unofficially amongst our anglers at this point.
Help.
Brian Schmidt is getting bit.
Definitely help.
Lacking the quality a little bit today. And eerie situation if you watch the tournament on Lake Ontario. Jay Shakurit and Corey Johnston go battling the entire week. A little different scenario this time around. Jay Shakurit, Chris Johnson.
Second, started the day with the lead, got 17 pounds. 10 ounces on day 1. Back to Brandon Lester.
I tricked you that time, didn't I, sucker? Had to yo-yo it. Got him to bite it. Number 5, he's a line burner, but he touches. That's all he's got to do. I just wanted to get me a limit this morning, man, because it's, you know, we had that storm come through. I can tell they're just, number 4 is first to go. I can tell they're just a little funny this morning. I just wanted, going into the rest of the day, I just wanted that confidence of knowing I got 5 in the box. You know, that's, if I'm not here tomorrow, I can't make up AOY points. So while I've got a little spot like this, I just wanted to catch me some and just calm me down a little bit. I still say there's a dang big one in there though. One hit it right there.
Brian Schmidt fishing a very small depression, a hole in all of that grass down on the south end of Pool 8. Not, if you really look at your leaders right now, these are not areas. These are one cast spots that they've all caught them on.
Get in here, boy. I don't think we've even made the right cast yet. Decent little fish right there. Yes. Let's see. Pretty sure it's white.
Brian Schmidt had a lot of company in that area yesterday, quit a little bit early and guarded that spot. Just a hair north from there, back to Chris Johnston.
There's one. This feels solid. Definitely feel like a better one. Decent one. Not a giant, but I think if I get this one in, I might leave this little spot. Try and get a couple big largies. Hate burning 2-pounders. It's not that big. We could probably get a couple more here, but we got all day, so I'm gonna try and go fishing and upgrade with a couple big largies, and got enough to go fishing tomorrow for sure.
Chris Johnson started the day in 4th place. He's gained all the points all the positions you can today. He's the man on top as it stands now.
Exactly right. Obviously a big threat in the Angler of the Year still. But looking at this tournament right here, a threat to win this event.
Baby.
And we talked about how critical largemouth were going to be here on day number 2. Chris Johnston, well, one of the best smallmouth fishermen in the world, starting on a very, very small little sand patch with some gravel. Yesterday caught most of his fish. Big artillery, a bladed jig, a frog, mostly what he weighed in yesterday. Better than average size. Largemouth, not the case today. Landing on a pile of smallmouth, and you're starting to hear his plan going into tomorrow, going into possibly Championship Monday. Looking at your Mercury move of the day, early and often for Chris Johnston, and kind of managing that spot, saying, I think I'm going to pull the plug. Look for better than average size largemouth. 2 of his big ones came late yesterday on a frog. Mercury move of the day all the way to the top of the leaderboard from Canada, Chris Johnston.
And Tommy, if you have a 12.5-pound bag on day 1 and you followed up with 12.5, that's pretty solid, but you'll still be down towards the cut range. With him having 16.25 yesterday, that 12.5 will keep him in that top 15 almost no matter what.
These are the ones I don't like catching. We gotta get out of here.
Said he does not want to burn fish that size that are not going to help him today, but good filler fish going into tomorrow. Obviously right now safely in the cut. And we talked about it during our delay. Chris Johnston said the first 90 minutes of fishing would tell him all he needed to know. And what he knows right now is that spot definitely has reloaded with the storms.
We continue on. Plenty of fishing time left on moving day. This day right now, Brian Schmidt started the day with the lead. He's hanging in there. Tied second to Chris Johnston, who's put together exactly what he needs to put together at this point. Plenty more fishing on the way from La Crosse on the upper Mississippi. We'll be right back.
Yeah, another big one. Get in here.
Shakira, he is formidable at the jack links. Hook the beast.
Hook the beast.
Let's get out to Jay Secure right now. Hooked himself all the way up into the top 4.
Really amazing to watch guys like Chris Johnston fighting for Angler of the Year, Jay Shakura fighting for Rookie of the Year, and the first 90 minutes of competition here on day number 2. Not only those titles, but they are in great position right now to win this event.
It's been a good morning. We got a good limit. I got 2 fish that I'd like to get rid of before I come in, and I'd have a pretty good bag. I have, I think one like 3-pounder and one a little bigger than 3, and then one like 2.5, and then 2 2-pounders. I missed one pretty big one on a sexy dog on a top water, like a 3.5-pounder. But yeah, the one spot I was kind of saving for today worked out. Got a limit off it. I'm still on it now. I'm hoping to get one more nice one off of it. I'll come back this afternoon. You catch one, you catch another one, and you kind of break up the school that little bit. So they should get resituated this afternoon. But, oh, big one. Nah, I say he's big, but he sounded big when he blew up on it. That's decent. Nah. Well, see if he'll call out that 14.5. Yeah, that should call that one. Well, we'll see. It might not. But yeah, it's been a fun morning so far.
Monster move, of course, of this day. It's still early. Yamaha Midday report. We're going to take a look first at Jay Shakura starting his day in 33rd place. He's now in 4th.
Exactly right. Your Rookie of the Year leader coming into day number 2, Jay Shakura, 23-year-old, said he's trying to win enough money, exact words, to buy his own pad after this tournament.
Love it.
Well, he is well on his way. I mean, how much do you need for a down payment for what he's won this season? Strong morning for Jay Shakura, and really the move that he made, bypassing that little bar that he started on day number 1, not starting there today, making his way down where he left off yesterday. Jay Shakura with a big morning and kind of listening to his game plan, letting that spot right there, that little notch point with a sandbar rest, letting it reload. Guaranteed you will see him go back there again today.
2 3-pounders in the boat currently for Jay Shakura. All his others well over 2 pounds.
When we look back on his season and see how Cody Huff and some of these other anglers who have made top 10s as well throughout the year, and how they didn't even sniff the Rookie of the Year, that just goes to show you how good of a year Jay Shakura's had. One of the best rookie seasons we've seen in the last 5 years.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, a great job on the northern swing. Here's a northeastern angler, Brian Schmidt from Maryland, our day 1 leader, hanging in there today. He's on to something.
Yeah, I heard Dave and Davey talk about it when they were on our broadcast, how good Brian Schmidt is whenever you're fishing a grass body of water. But when you combine grass and a river, Brian Schmidt, one of the best on the Bassmaster Elite Series, cutting his teeth on the Potomac River. But all eyes this morning have been on the Angler of the Year race. Brandon Polinick, Brandon Lester, and this man right here, Chris Johnston, coming into day number 2 here, 3rd place in the Angler of the Year race. Well, he has found himself going up the leaderboard in that race, and the top of the leaderboard in this tournament. All of his damage yesterday, a bladed jig, a frog, a lot of damage today done. Finesse fishing.
Solid one.
One of the only anglers in the field that we have covered making the smallmouth work today for the bulk of his weight.
For Chris Johnston, he needs a couple things to happen for that Angler of the Year to be his at the end of this tournament. He needs to beat Brandon Lester, who's doing very well this week, by about 8 or 9 spots. And then he needs Brandon Palaniuk to miss the cut, about 47 points for Brandon Palaniuk over Chris Johnston coming into the week.
And there's your leaderboard unofficial right there. Chris Johnston on top. I do believe I recall this tournament in years past being won with a smallmouth flurry on the final day. So the smallmouth are not to be dismissed at all. Chris Johnston, certainly a master of that.
You have to stay on this right now. Today is so critical for Brandon Palaniuk to somehow fight his way into that cut for semifinal Sunday. Brandon Palaniuk, 0 fish so far.
That big move today by Scott Martin's BMW Trailer Hitches bonus coverage. We'll get to watch in for a moment.
Got to watch him yesterday. He was one of the guys we put on camera because of his positioning in our points race, just below that top 43 mark for the Bassmaster Classic. But after his performance yesterday, being in the top, portion of this field, he has now made his way into the last Classic spot.
Big move in this tournament. Yesterday was huge for Scott Martin.
Beautiful thing about the Mississippi River, Scott Martin, like a lot of all of our leaders pretty much except Gerald Swindle. Swindle's still hanging in there down in Pool 9. Most of our leaders in Pool 8 maximizing their time. And the beautiful thing about this river is you can be on a spot catching largemouth and smallmouth mixed. That is what we got to see with Scott Martin yesterday. And backing it up right now with a solid stringer unofficially, just over 12 pounds. A lot of his work yesterday, a swim jig, a Carolina rig, and a topwater bait. And everybody's hooked up right now live.
I'm gonna go frog fishing next.
God, that's fun. God, he looked a heck of a lot bigger out there. Still a good one. Yeah, that's a trade. For sure.
He is working on a good stringer. It's interesting to watch his rotation today of baits going to a Strike King Sexy Dog. Didn't see a lot of that with him yesterday.
You think a little bit of that is because of how he's fishing and where he's fishing. He's not necessarily fishing the cover on the right side of your screen as much as some of the open water. Yesterday we saw some schooling fish, but it was so flat calm, you had to use like a popper style instead of a walking bait, and now the walking bait can play with the wind.
He's getting bit every cast right when that bait hits the water. Talked about how big these schools could be in a confined area. But like Chris Johnston, how many of these do you want to burn today? Because this is quality, man.
Just threatening to leave at any moment here.
Except for that one.
Got his plan working
wow.
days in advance. That's the mark of a great angler. He's certainly got the mind to win at this one. Here in La Crosse, Wisconsin, the upper Mississippi River, the margins are so tight, the action is constant. We're going to take a quick break and be back with more of it.
Catch two.
Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads the Braves into a showdown against Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Or Giants take on Carlos Correa and the Twins tonight at 6:30 Eastern on Fox. Check local listings for the games in your area. Big day on the water here. Western side of Wisconsin, guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite. This is moving day, second day of this tournament that wraps up the season. for these 90 anglers who have been laboring hard throughout the last 6 months to get there. Let's take a look at our Falcon Ross Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. No surprise, Jay Shakura.
That's over. That is over. That is over.
He is bulldozing it. Safe to say, Ronnie Moore, that Jay Shakura has caught, put more weight in the live well during this northern swing than any other angler out
yes,
there.
100%. Yes. Getting a 13th place finish at our last stop at Lake Oahe, being in the top 5 right now, and winning the other event with the most weight in smallmouth history. I will definitely say Jay Shakura put his stamp the last 3 events of the season.
It is the Bassmaster Elite Series, La Crosse, Mississippi River, Jay Shakura show. Eerily similar to what he did on Lake Ontario about a month and a half ago. Power Pole replay of the day is all about this 23-year-old rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we have done a lot of talking today. Such, do me a favor, take this Power Pole replay of the day, my friend.
Oh my gosh, Jay Shakura. In the last 5 weeks, he could total, if he wins this event, $236,000 in payoff. $100,000 in St. Lawrence when he set the record with 102 pounds, 9 ounces of smallmouth, the youngest angler ever to win an Elite Series event. Then he got a high finish at Oahe, 11 grand. He's going to win the ROI Rookie of the Year, 10 grand. He's jumped inside our top 8 in AOY, which is 15 grand. And wherever he finishes here, 100,000 for win, 35,000 for second, 30 up in there, another 30. He's going to have a big.
That's a lot of money.
The Power Pole replay of the day is Jay Shakura.
Wrapping it
you
up.
nailed that. He's possessed like Linda Blair right there.
Hooked up again.
He's got our best weight today.
Chunky.
Really cannot stress this enough. Jay Shakura either lives with his parents or his girlfriend Micah, and he wants out. Not of the relationship. He's won every fish. He is one step closer to his own pad.
Is he going to get just a big old barn where he can put his boat and tackle? And
I don't know that.
Okay. I think he looks more like a ranch style guy.
Over to Brock Mosley, needing the good finish here. Good day one. Great day one, really.
Brock mentioned yesterday that his 5.8 was huge for his 15-pound bag, but he had caught 15 in practice every day, with the biggest fish being a 3.5 pounder. So he didn't rely on a big bite to get good weight in practice, so he was confident even if he didn't get a 5 today, he could do it.
There we go. Finally. That was a long time coming. Thank you, Lord. Finally. That one I lost was bigger than that one.
Get over to Brian New. Big move by Brian yesterday. Jay with 15, almost 16 pounds.
And Brian New finding this area in the fog. Day one of practice. This area is getting a lot of attention. Day number one, a lot of attention today. Most of his fish yesterday on a chatterbait and Nico rig worm.
I think I just got him. If y'all didn't know it, Cliff Prince is an awesome freaking man. Cliff Prince, Cliff Prince, Cliff Prince. It takes a good man to do what he just did.
Well, more than likely, Cliff Prince was in that area, probably backed off a little bit. Brian New said that one cast area where he has caught so far in this tournament, a lot of attention, and sounds like Cliff Prince kind of backed out. I'm guessing.
Yeah, and
I don't
Prince
even
was
know.
on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yes.
Very tough day one. Brian New's in the top 5. He was in the bottom 5, and so giving leeway is not something that you have to do. This is a full field day of competition. There's no, this is my spot, this is your spot. So doing that is a free will decision.
Brian New having a good season. Got his spot in the Classic secured. Let's talk about that Progressive Angler of the Year race. And there's the 2 anglers trying to run down the man who came here with the lead, Brandon Polinick.
Yeah, there is no manufacturing drama right now in that race. Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston have done exactly what Polinick did not need here on day number 2. They caught him. Yeah. Brandon Lester with big calls late yesterday. Mercury dare to compare. It's exactly. Taking a look at the 2 anglers chasing down Brandon Polinick, and that has been done so far here on day number 2 on the Mississippi River. See Brandon Lester just under 10 pounds, Chris Johnston, we have him just under 13 pounds. Fair to say that's an accurate weight for Chris Johnston. And again, Brandon Polinick sitting on 0. Mercury dare to compare. Brandon Lester, Chris Johnston. Big mornings.
I don't know
Big doings.
in recent history for Brandon Polinick to have such a great year and have no missed cuts and only miss a cut by just 15 spots or so in the last event. And now all of a sudden to have this big of a lead go away is.
That 2?
Bass Truck updates our AOY on the leaderboard. Brandon Lester is first. Chris Johnston is second, and I believe by 1 point.
I think I had 2.
Tommy, what I learned today about Jay Shakurt, I'm taping he's coming to Michigan in a month.
You said you were going to fish with
Yes,
him,
I'm taking him fishing. I think Jay needs to take me fishing.
His boat hasn't moved and he has caught them every cast.
I mean, 23 years old, what he's done the last 3 tournaments is just unbelievable. There's your unofficial leaderboard. Bass Track is unofficial until weigh-in time, which is coming up at 3 p.m. today. They're in La Crosse. That's local time. 4 Eastern time. Chris Johnston on top. Brian Schmidt, Jay Shakurt. We have more on the way.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Got a bit more fishing to show you here in our live coverage from day number 2 of this 4-day event to wrap up the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Want to give you a couple of notes here. The weigh-in starts today in La Crosse at 4 Eastern time. Dave Mercer will be conducting that one. Always a very important weigh-in during the course of the season. They're all important, but this one has so much riding on it for so many of these hard-working anglers out there. Chris Johnston, as it stands now, would be the man in the Yeti hot seat.
Wouldn't it be something, Tommy, if Brandon Polinick, even if he snuck into the cut, if he was in the low part of it, the bottom 2 or 3, to where Chris Johnston or Brandon Lester has to get a top 5 in this event? That would be for AOY drama we have not seen in 2 or 3 years at least, going into the final day of an event.
Yeah, Polinick can get inside our cut with a little 3-fish flurry, which he's known to do.
Starting to fish against an hourglass now.
Yes.
As far as the next 5 hours are huge for Polinick.
Well, a great day 1 for Brandon Polinick. He did what he had to do, stayed in that top 47. This is how he sized it up for us.
Marathon Peak Performance.
You hate to say that.
Today is a wrap. We lost some more ground. That's about all I know. The guys that we needed to not catch them caught them, and we're somewhere around the middle of the pack. I haven't even looked at the leaderboard. I'm not going to look at the leaderboard. I'm tired of stressing about it.
Oh, oh. Look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him. Got him, I got him. I got him. Yeah! Yeah, figure eight that sucker. Boom! Did you see that? Yes! Oh, gosh, and I even didn't jerk it out of his mouth. Gah! I mean, God did.
Think about tomorrow. I had some really fortunate bites today. That swim bait bite today was one of the coolest bites I've had all year long. The fact that that fish actually bit next to the boat, and the fact that I didn't jerk it out of its mouth when it ate it, just like worked out amazingly. So we're gonna start in the same area tomorrow and do those same things, and just hope that things continue to fall into place the way that they're supposed to, and hopefully the way it's supposed to ends with us holding a trophy at the end of this. But I can't be like looking at the leaderboard. I don't know what the point gap is, so it doesn't do me any good to look at the leaderboard. And even if I did know, it doesn't change the way I'm gonna fish tomorrow. Like, I don't have some place I've been saving that I can go catch 15, 16 pounds off of tomorrow. If I catch 15 pounds, it's just gonna happen doing the things that we did today. And I feel like it could happen, but it's just a matter of how many of those 3+ pounders bite, right? Do we have 12? Do we have 13, 14, 15? Just gonna have to go out there and grind away tomorrow.
Well, we're in today right now, and Brandon Palaniuk, make no mistake about it, there's lots of fishing left to do on this day. But as you say, in the background, with every passing hour, that clock ticking gets louder.
Palaniuk always says he does not look at points, but he knows right now exactly where he's at, and he is behind a lot of
Go ahead.
his damage yesterday on a big bait, mega bass, swim bait, mag draft swim bait we have seen before.
Just the Dead Sea. We are still bassless. I don't know what's going on. I didn't think they would be this hard to catch. Just size would be the issue. But just getting a bite has been an issue for me. I just thought catching those 2.5 and 3 pounders might be difficult, but I thought I could catch 10 pounds pretty easy. And that has not been the case at all.
Matt Airy and Matt Herron have jumped into our top 10, knocked Brandon Lester down to 11th. Chris Johnson on Bass Track is now leading the Angler of the Year. Lester second, Palaniuk third, but he can change that quick.
And I was sorry for interrupting, Z, but I was going to mention that people don't believe that Brandon Palaniuk doesn't look at the Angler of the Year standings, but the reasons he knows it's more urgent this week than last week is when you fall to 66th in a tournament and you had the lead going in, you don't know by how much, but when you struggle that much and some of your closest people do well and you still have a lead, you know that it was much bigger than you probably thought, and now it's much smaller than you realize. So going into this event, he knew you got to make the cut minimum.
Yeah. And look, all three of the anglers that you're looking at on this screen on FS1 right now, all three of them, they deserve to win Angler of the Year. The shocking thing with Palaniuk is all of us in this studio, a lot of his competitors, I think Brandon Lester, I think Chris Johnston would agree with this, going into Oahe that we watched last week, we're ready to give it to him. These tournaments set up in Palaniuk's wheelhouse, and as of right now, the total we said, yeah, there's a chance, Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston. That is a realistic chance now. It was a chance 2 days ago. It is very, very realistic now.
Yeah, with a solid finish at Oahe, Polinick was sitting there basically, I don't need to finish in the bottom 10 at Mississippi River, but because he had a poor finish, it's now I have to make middle of the pack, and that's much harder to do with how tight these weights are. And we said 2 weeks ago, Tommy, on Bassmaster Live, that if there was someone within a 35 to 40 point window, that they would be able to do their job and win without Polinick having to do terribly. And so yesterday, he did middle of the road, right there, just above the cut, and they both had a shot. Today, if he does slip and gets trapped out by that top 47 cut line, it is going to be a two-person race unless they fall.
And to put that also into perspective for winning Angler of the Year, so hard to do, one of the most coveted titles on the Elite Series. This day, day number 2 in the final event, for the most part, it's over. Every single year, for the most part, at this time of day in the last event, it is over. This is going to be an interesting race going into tomorrow's coverage. All eyes will be on these three. Well, possibly may only be on Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston. Never saw that coming.
No, did not see that coming. That is a twist that no one was expecting.
Get in here.
It's crazy that midway point in the season, we thought if you can get through the pregnancy and the birth of your child for Brandon Polinick and not have to miss an event, you got it knocked out. That went perfectly. The ending of the season has not gone perfectly.
What a morning of fishing. Look, it obviously started a little bit slow for an hour and 20 minutes of that delay.
What?
In all straight up, if you want to catch a lot of bass, come to this place, man. Great, great fish catching all day long here, day number 2.
You can follow coverage on Bassmaster.com. It continues. Coming up around the corner next on FS1 here, Saratoga Live. Big day of racing from New York, and there the coverage switches over to Fox at 4:30 for the Travers. So a huge day of racing. This race, we're wrapping up the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. It is not finished yet. A lot more developments on the way. We thank you so much for being with us today. We salute all these anglers who have made it to the end of the line, and we got coverage coming your way tomorrow, 8 Eastern, right here on FS1 and Fox Sports app. We will see you then.
What's that? Yeah, I just need to get a little more downwind. I'm just blowing my bait out. Okay, if I get a couple keepers, I'll get. I caught some out in here just random yesterday too. What's that? I don't know. All right. I'm ready. Yep.
115. Is that my smallest? No, 113. 114.
I just hit that pad, I think.
That is my small, right? One. Oh, heck, I didn't even do the right one. That's gonna be my smallest. One, two, three, 4, 5. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. So I got 3, 4, 5, 4, 6, 7, 8. I got 20 G's. God almighty. 20, baby. Chatterbug? Huh?
Chatterbug?
Flashy swimmer. Did you catch any more while I was calling?
No. No, I suck.
Don't feel bad. I'm pretty good at sucking too. My wife taught me. Whew, a little hot. God dang it. Big and yellow perch.
Good eats.
Coontail. You got 3 now?
Just 2.
I'll let it rest if you let it rest.
Bigger?
Huh?
To go do a little hunting around here?
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want to, we'll keep fishing it, but I'm good either way.
Okay. I need to make a couple more casts right here.
All right.
Come on.
I'm with you. I want to throw my worm a few more times too. Have you looked at the radar lately?
No.
You throwing a fluke? Just kind of fishing like a Cinco, sort of?
Yeah, that's what I've been catching them all on.
Yeah. I could see that. I got like 11 something, so hopefully that'll at least give me a chance still, you know? Right there's
Possible. Yeah, something just busted over there, yeah. Hit some grass. Yeah, they were doing it a little more yesterday, but I don't know. I guess.
definitely doesn't seem to be happening as much.
Get ready, it's about to start raining.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
They look like decent-sized fish, too, a lot of them. They just won't commit to our goods. I don't get it. Don't get it. See the bait right there. Moving up there.
Or somebody just come through here and caught it. No, Brock was in here some yesterday.
Good one, too. Stay on there. Stay on there, please. Yes. Yes. I can't tell you how good that feels right now. I can't tell you how good that feels. Oh my gosh. It's 2 1/4. Oh, my heart is pounding. No, not even 2 1/4. You're 2-pounder. What am I saying? Why am I saying you're a good one? Because you're a bass and you're my live well? Yep. Wow, that was a long time coming.
Nice job.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
And it sure looks good. I think it's just because it's too choked out in there.
Come on.
And these pads kind of hollow. And they have duckweed blowed up in them. They can crack your bait down better. I think they're fishing and stuff, but it's hard to catch them.
Come on, give us another one. Oh, did you see that? Oh, oh. My bait was just past them. They just came up schooling. It's like 3 or 4 baits right there. Oh, gosh. Come on. Oh, that was a big one. Now they're to the left of my bait. God. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, girls. You guys can do it.
That was a bass. It was one that we want.
You can eat it. It's okay. Oh. Come on. Get it. Oh. Got him that time. I don't know if he'll keep or not. A couple of those looked like good ones. I don't think that was the same fish the whole time. Hey, calm down. Calm down. Things are happening. We need to get back in there. Yeah, you're too short. Too short. Come on. Give us 13, 14 pounds worth right here. I know it lives right here.
Top water.
Come on.
There's a bunch of bass swimming down that grass line yesterday when the sun was out. You could just see them swimming around. But at the time, I didn't fish for them because I had my smallest one was 2.5 pounds. And
that's a good one.
Most of them look like non-keepers or barely
Stay
keepers.
on there. Stay on there. Yes. Yes. They're here. You got all 3 trebles. I realized we started drifting up on top of it. I started moving back and paused the bait, and he blew up on it. 2 1/4. Oh, that one just chased right there by the bow. I gotta get us back off of it a bit. Just kind of drifting up on it. I thought we were spot locked, but it must have kicked it off. Come on, baby, come on. I see bait flicking. Bait flicking to the right.
All right. Come on, I'll take your time back off here.
Sweating.
I didn't get it.
Had to get my boat repositioned and kind of just messed up here.
I mean, we got fish blowing up here, fish blowing up on the point. This is how I thought we'd catch them yesterday. And a lot of them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On tiny frog. Tiny one. I believe that got us in the cut. Now we just gotta pour it on. She's just a little baby frog. They're feeding on real small bait fish in here. And I robbed a bunch of these from Cook because I thought it might work. Worked for one. Two right there. Hey, looks like we're about to get stormed on you. Look at them busting up there. I just need to take my time through here though, because I think there's some more to be caught. Gosh, this thing's sinking. One fish. One fish sinking.
I went and got this rod for this spot right here. So let's give her a good test.
It's all right, I know a guy. Let's get us a brand new one.
Come on, fish. We're gonna need more than two of you.
What do you think? Two? Put 2 1/4.
Yep, bib's gotta come off too.
Yeah.
All right. Just as soon as I thought it was gonna brighten up, it's gotten darker again.
They're there. You just gotta get them.
I bet you they're chewing.
Get them to fire, you know.
Might be right here. Look at that. You see that up there? We gotta get up there.
There's enough right here to catch 13 to 15. They just get the right ones. I mean, I'm seeing them bust up and down this whole stretch here and there. And they're like right on the grass line. Since we got this whole thing to ourselves, we may just work our way down, come back, change angle.
That was a nice one. Come on, eat that thing.
It's going again.
Smart one.
Gosh, I went from 0 heat in my body to sweating and taking off every layer I can.
A little better. I don't think he's going to help any, but. He ain't going to help some.
Little.
I gotta do now. That should be him right there. Got grass on it. They're so keyed into those bait fish, it's hard. Unless you're throwing something moving. And there's too much grass to throw my walking bait through there. Need that sun pushing back up under the mats where I can catch them. I don't need to be out here blowing up on stuff like this.
God. Jeez, dude. Please get it. Please get it. That was a giant. God, that was a monster.
Yes, it is coming. Kind of got me over the issue. Well, it's through your daggum.
I can even throw the little frogs and get it up in the
You're
grass.
lucky I got that camera in your boat. That could have been what's doing some of this blowing up in here, but it ain't.
Gotten
I
a
saw
little bit of a
couple
topwater
bass.
bite.
For sure.
But I've only been able to put 2 in the boat. I've had a couple more flush it, not get it all the way. But that's a good sign. It tells me there's enough fish in this area that I don't need to like freak out and run around and try to do a bunch of crazy things. I mean, it may come down to that, but there's definitely enough here. It's just whether or not they keep biting. You know, we may have just had a little flurry window there. Thunder and lightning usually isn't great for topwater bites. from my past experiences. Tends to make them not want to blow up on the surface as much.
I don't know what that was. Pulled it under, just didn't have it. I don't know how you wouldn't have something that small. That's the reason why. Oh, chew pick.
Lot of gar. Lot of gar.
And I missed that one.
It's another 13-incher.
Yeah.
13 3/4.
That's what they do. Not usually right beside me, but
Definitely best stretches back this way.
that would be pretty cool if you ate it off the end of my rod.
Oh, shit.
See them up there? By the...
Ah, rotten. And blows up over there. Thought that rain was gonna let up.
problem. Not real big.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
So far, kind of a wild one at the end of our season to wrap up 2022 for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're into the afternoon, the second half of our day number 2 moving day, where usually the emphasis is on making the top 47, and that is the case today. The emphasis is on making the top 47, or you are done for the year. As far as your fishing on the Elite Series goes, Chris Johnston, Canada, the man on top of our leaderboard right now. Big moves by the likes of Scott Martin, Keith Combs, coming in there, Matt Airy, Matt Herron, Gerald Swindle breaking into the top 10 right now, catching them hard. Had a delay this morning, about an hour and a quarter for lightning in the area, but we have...
You loved the delay this morning.
Oh, sure, yeah, I really love those delays. Give me some more.
I was hoping that thing went for about 3 or 4 hours.
How can we get to that? There's our fantastic host city of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Fantastic to have you with us. More coverage on the way here. We're going to take you for the next couple of hours into the afternoon here. Tommy Sanders with you here with Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Such, Mike Sukon here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. What are you looking for this afternoon, Z? We have seen a lot today, and it's been crazy.
Really, we have a great tournament right now going on, but obviously today, really one of the biggest days for the Angler of the Year. The Rookie of the Year race is done. Jay Shakur, he just needs to make it to the weigh-in pretty much, and he's in contention also to win this tournament. But the day with Brandon Polinick so far, he made the comment after the weigh-in yesterday. He said, I really feel like catching 10 pounds, not a problem. Not a problem. It's what I can catch above 10 pounds. Can I get to that 12, that 13 that I was near on day number 1? 10 pounds right now is a problem for Brandon Polinick. I struggle. I struggle at times. I do. 2 fish, 4 pounds. Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, guys, I think that yesterday we saw a big bass of 5.5 pounds, and today our biggest fish is just under 4 pounds. So looking to see someone who can catch a 5-pounder today to really make their tournament here with 20 guys between, a pound difference in weight. A 5-pounder will be huge, and maybe if someone does that, we will see a new contender in our top 10 today.
All right, well, if you're just checking in with us now, let's get you up to date with our Toyota Midday Report, and we'll start it off with Jay Shakur.
Why don't we do that, Tommy, and let's try to get the wheels back on Z-Train. Definitely Jay Shakur with a big decision this morning, and that decision being not starting near our takeoff in La Crosse, going downriver near the bottom end of Pool 8, getting it done early. Strike King Sexy Dog, a couple big bites, and he went just on a massive flurry in an area that he ended his day 1, only sitting 3.5 pounds behind your leader. We all talked about it at the end of day number 1. Obviously 1 step closer to winning Rookie of the Year, but he's also not too far off the pace of possibly holding his 2nd blue trophy. Jay Shakur, big day 2 so far.
One of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series when it comes down to it. If he stays in the top 10 for AOY, and another guy who's trying to jump into the top 10 and get some extra progressive Angler of the Year money is Brian New. Guy that's doing a little bit different this morning, Tommy, fishing some wing dams, something we didn't see yesterday.
Brian New said that he had 1 specific cast, but one of the problems is where Brian New is fishing down on the bottom end of pool number 8, there's a lot of company down there. A lot of his work yesterday with a bladed jig and an eco rig. Got to see a little bit of that earlier today. Brian New catching them, but a little bit off of the pace, the average size that he weighed in on day number 1 with Dave Mercer.
Brian New finishing strong on the season last time around, last week at Lake Oahe. He made himself a part of the conversation on the final day, doing that exact same thing this time around.
Oh, that's might be a keeper.
Another Brian we're looking at here on our Toyota Midday Report, the man who started the day with the lead, 17 pounds and 10 ounces on day one, Brian Schmidt.
Exactly right. Brian Schmidt fishing a little depression, a little clear area in all of that eelgrass on the bottom of pool 8, catching smallmouth and a largemouth bag mix. And the interesting thing about Brian Schmidt, day number 1, starting on his primary spot that he thought he would do most of his damage, not the case, moving to an area near Brian New. They're good friends, getting the job done with a drop shot on day number 1, kind of hodgepodge today. Chris Johnston, your unofficial leader right now in this tournament, obviously still in contention for Angler of the Year, told us, if I go to my starting spot, we talked about this on the Fox broadcast, he said, look, my starting spot is so critical to play. He said, I'll literally know in about 60 minutes if I'm in good shape the rest of this tournament or if it's going to be a mad scramble. Well, he is obviously in good shape. He left them biting. And as the day has gone on, watching what Chris Johnston's doing, pretty much locking a frog in his hand, doing a little bit of flipping, anchored all of his catch early today with smallmouth. Look for bigger upgrades with Chris Johnston. Yesterday, 2 big ones on a frog. And Chris Johnston right now also laying back off of a lot of areas that he exploited yesterday morning. A lot in the tank for our Canadian angler right here, Chris Johnston.
Certainly shooting for the win here, and of course, it's totally unofficial and just a snapshot of where he is in AOY right now. He is ranked number 1 as it stands right now.
And for Chris Johnston, trying to chase down that Angler of the Year and having to pass Brandon Lester to get to Brandon Polinick, Johnston started the season with a 35th, a 63rd, and a 52nd, but since Chickamauga has been no worse than 20th in a tournament this year.
Stay on, baby. Stay down. Quit jumping. Get in here. That's what's up here. If we can put him in the stinking boat, look how fat that dude is. I mean, that son of a gun's fat now. Quit.
Boy, he had some big topwater bites during our break.
This is the right weather for it too. I mean, these river smallmouth, this is the kind of weather they like. He's gonna be this way.
So
over 2.5, I'd say.
Close to a 3-pounder, probably.
$277, 2 3/4.
Brandon Lester's great season continues on here. Let's get over to Jeff Gustafson, started the day in 4th place.
Lester, you looked at that lock wall right there, and he had some, literally, he was getting 4 or 5 bites per cast and was not able to hook up on that last nice one in the boat.
A 212 for Lester will probably get him almost a pound upgrade.
Same thing again. Jeez. Frustrating. I think this is the same. Man, this one might make it. Come on, baby, be a keeper. Maybe. It's a little bigger. Come on.
Yeah. Finally. Not a big one, but we needed them.
The Jeff Gustafson's fishing down in the Stoddard area. Around a lot of
who?
Jeff Gustafson's.
Oh, gotcha.
Multiple.
I don't call him Gussie. That is not who he is to me. Over to Brian Schmidt. Slow day for Gussie so far. I believe that's only.
Yeah, he needed that week.
Boom. That's a chunk.
It's a nice fish. I mean, it's a nice fish.
Is it fair to say that he made that fish feel his
It's a
life
nice
with that hook set?
He does that a lot.
And in admitted,
He's a sneaky one too. He just says nice fish, smiles at that
self-admitted Bears fan. He is not on the same belief as, well, I told you I felt, yes.
Bears fan?
Brian Schmidt,
Really?
huge. Like, that's all he wanted to talk about last night. And I said, look, we're on our way to an undefeated preseason and season, and he did not agree with me. He didn't agree. He said the train's gonna stop rolling, Tommy, where I don't.
Okay. That just shocks me that he's a Bears fan.
Like the biggest I've ever met in my life. I'm not kidding.
Learning more with each passing minute here.
I think.
Day number 2, moving day, top 47 only, will go to tomorrow. Chris Johnston on top, followed by Scott Martin. Will be back. Back on the water. A little bit of a shower passing through, obviously, here. Guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. Last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 22. We saw a lot of that this morning, accompanied by a lot of electricity.
Yes.
Luckily, there's no electricity that we know of right now. TNH Marine Weather Watch. TNH Marine Weather Watch, 70 degrees right now, and rain. Wind not quite up to the 10 to 20 mile an hour level. I don't know if it's gotten there today.
No, it was supposed to rip pretty good out of the south today, which would have blown into a lot of that area down around Stoddard on the bottom of Pool 8. Not quite the case, but good call by Lisa this morning and the whole tournament staff. It was, lightning was a popping. Lightning was a crashing.
Didn't want to see the guys go out again.
Down. Look at Jeff Gustafson's. This is not a replay. We're actually going right back to Brian Schmidt right now. Just genuinely just weirdness today as a whole.
Oh, well, the fact that you said he was
Twists.
a Bears fan, that's the weirdest thing
Just
I've heard.
before the break, let's dial in. Let's trench in and listen.
Right there. Boom, babe.
Watch the awkward.
That's a chunk.
It's a nice fish. I mean, it's a nice fish. I mean, it's a nice.
That is powerful. Listen, I like awkward, and that was awkward right there.
Yeah.
He kind of got that way at Champlain last year when he won the event. It's kind of like weights started to get a little bit more fuzzy. He was feeling very confident with every catch, and he was just calling them nice ones.
Dude, I'm staying like right here. Trained.
I think we need a powerful replay of that today again.
All right, guys, we made a little move to where I started yesterday. It's just a depression in the grass bed. Scott Martin's here. He's had a big day, I think, today. He's nice enough to let me come in here now and fish, but we just need to upgrade. There's giant fish swimming around in this grass, and today you would think the conditions are conducive for them to bite. So we're gonna kind of meander around in here the rest of the day and see what we could come up with, man. Hopefully we get lucky and get old Big to bite it. Look at that. Yeah, this is like exactly where I started yesterday morning. Early in practice, I come through here and these fish were biting. And unfortunately, yesterday I kind of rushed it. I mean, unfortunately, I'm leading, or was leading the event, but I kind of fished as if I was still in practice, you know, kind of really fast. I think that just that first morning, they were just really active, biting anything, and they have changed. They either got smarter, the pattern changed, or whatever. You gotta slow down a little bit now. But there is 4s, 3s, 4s, 5s swimming around in this grass, I promise.
Sometimes when you ask that production trailer for something, they'll sometimes get it. Brian Schmidt has done a fine job on the water, doing damage and doing it often, Tommy Sanders. In fact, I'm going to be dead honest with you, Tommy Sanders. Taking a look at Brian Schmidt, I'm just going to lay out.
Boom, baby. That's a chunk. It's a nice fish. I mean, it's a nice fish. I mean, it's a nice one. It's a nice one.
All right. Okay. Tommy, I'm going to ask a bigger favor of that production trailer. Over every single fish catch for the rest of the day, I just want to hear his voice in the background, right? With a little bit of Robert De Niro splash.
I was fixing to say to Joe Pesci.
Listen, it's the last tournament of the year. Yeah. It's a nice fish. Keith Combs, big day today.
Whoa.
Fishing all the way down. Get ready for this, Ronnie, in the bottom of 9.
Yeah, guess who put him on his fantasy team?
Ooh.
That's right. Saved him for the last event of the year.
He's got some nice fish.
A nice
More on the way. Lots of
Chris. You're really
coming
joke.
Up. We're not going to resolve them all, but we'll get to them. Don't worry.
Give me a break.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
About 3 hours fishing time for our first flight anglers here. Day number 2, Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. One of our big stories, as it always is on the last event of the year, is Progressive Angler of the Year. It's the award that Victor gets right there. It's one of the 2 top accomplishments, the 2 top achievements in a year's time in bass fishing. Winning the World Championship, Geico Bassmaster Classic, the Progressive Angler of the Year is the other one. Probably a big split down the middle of what anglers consider to be the most important. They both value both awards very, very highly. And we have not decided that one yet.
No.
We are far from it, as a matter of fact. Take a look at the leaderboard right now. That's the way it stands officially. Brandon Palaniuk with a 14-point advantage to start this day over Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston. Of course, that landscape has changed today.
Such, where do we have that right now as far as, where is it, Such?
Brandon Lester, when he just called up and got to 9th place, he's taken over the lead. Chris Johnston, who's leading the event in first, he's in 2nd in AOYS points, and Mr. Palaniuk is 3rd. Got 3 hours, catch 3 fish, which would probably get him back up and knock those guys back down.
Brandon Palaniuk has been the dominant figure throughout the majority of our season, of course, here in 2022, in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, until we arrived at our last event on Lake Oahe.
Yep, that is where the wheels kind of came off a little bit, and talked about it a little bit earlier today on FS1. That is when, in all honesty, we were ready to pretty much crown him the Angler of the Year for the 2022 season. I think we were, Ron.
I don't say we.
I don't think I like your tone
me and
right
Tommy
now.
have been objective this whole time.
You didn't see him falling down. Nobody saw him falling down.
No. And that, this is earlier today. These are the only 2 fish right now for Brandon Palaniuk, and one of the things, again, that we talked about earlier is talking to Palaniuk after day 1, and it seemed this way. Said, I feel like I can catch 10 pounds pretty darn easy in the Black River, right around Takeoff, and then slowly try to upgrade from there to make the cut. Well, that 10 pounds has been very elusive.
Good one, too. Stay on there. Stay on there, please. Yes. Yes. I can't tell you how good that feels right now. I can't tell you how good that feels. Oh my gosh. It's 2 1/4. Oh, my heart is pounding. No, not even 2 1/4. You're 2-pounder. What am I saying? Why am I saying you're a good one? Because you're a bass and you're my live well? Yep.
That was fish number 1.
Oh. Gosh. That's a good one. Stay on there. Stay on there. Yes. Yes. They're here. You got all 3 trebles. I realized we started drifting up on top of it. I started moving back and paused the bait, and he blew up on it. 2 1/4.
What's absolutely also wild about Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston being the 2 we're focused on today, chasing him down, is the fact that David Mullins and John Cox were the closest pursuers almost the entire season with Brandon Palaniuk. After the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario, Brandon Lester was 66 points behind, and Chris Johnston was 110 points behind. In 2 events,
Whoa.
they have made that gap up
That's the one we after. Yes, sir. I knew I needed to come down that wall one more time.
See all those sea buds in the background?
Yeah, grebes.
What?
Definitely be a mixed bag at weigh-in for Brandon Lester with 2 or 3 decent smallmouth that have pulled out largemouth in the last hour.
Your point standings right now. As it stands, a snapshot of right now. Look at that cut line right there. It's 47. We said it yesterday, we said it today. The thing that Brandon Palaniuk has to do first and foremost, make the cut today, because if you don't, that's when you lose control of your destiny, at least your efforts do. And there he sits in 58th place.
That's very unofficial right there,
yeah,
correct?
Yeah, totally
it's
unofficial.
I know. I mean, for the most part, we have more marshals in boats than we've ever had. Best service we've had on a given body of water, so I will say it's closer to accurate. At this point in the day, we're just under that projected, doubling of the weights from day 1 to day 2.
Got work to do to make it into the top 47, though. I think we could say that. That's the task that lies before it.
Even guys who we expected to factor, Greg Hagney, Jacob Prosnick, they were on that list right around Brandon Palaniuk in the low 40s to 50s and 60s.
It's interesting that yesterday, Palaniuk got a lot of his quality came on that mag draft from mid-morning into the afternoon. 6-inch mag draft. He said he tried to keep an 8-inch honest.
Confidence in any certain bait or.
Not seen him get a bite on that today.
Yesterday, I had a lot of confidence in between the drop shot and the mag draft. It'd be nice if there was a big giant school where we could just sit out of the rain and catch them right here. But I haven't seen that yet. There was a group here yesterday. But they're not biting now.
Jeff Gustafson. Today, not up to yesterday's standards for Jeff when he.
That goes off every day at noon. It's not like a tornado thing or anything.
I looked at my watch and I'm like,
It's at 11:58 every day. I think that's a doer. Maybe. Maybe just. Come on. Finally got a long, skinny one. Okay. Yeah, you just see me catch it and just turns right back like weasel.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Lester's last fish was a 3-pound, 3-ounce. He put it on Bass Track, gave him 13 pounds even, pushed him up to 5th place. 2.5 pounds back of the lead.
Oh,
wow.
It was not a bass, I don't think, but that was great camera work for Jake Latantras right there. did not see a wake bait playing.
I'm not mad about it, though.
No, absolutely not.
The tip was buzzing, so just had a little sit down. But came over here, there's fish blowing up, and got one decent one, 2 3/4, and they're hard to catch though. I think some of them are small, so just gonna fish around here for a little bit. I may go back further in here, Stodders, and stay away from the boats, but try and find a new little stretch, cover some water with this top water, and then once this rain lets up a bit, I'm gonna run down to where I caught my biggest fish yesterday, kind of schooling. Same stuff as this, but there's no boat pressure down there, and see if I can get one good one. That's all I need is one 3+ pounder, be a good day. I'd say I'd go flipping and frogging some mats and stuff, but I really don't feel like it's ideal conditions for that. Need the sun to put them under the mats. That's why they get under there, is for the shade. So just gonna try and cover some water with this top water and see if I can run across one dumb one.
Fish on through the rain. Happily no lightning. We talk about all the awards, the trophies that are handed out during the course of the season, AOY, ROY, and this is another important one. Century belts, catching more than 100 pounds over the course of 4 days fishing in a single tournament on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And those are the ones, we always hand them out at this event.
8 of them this time. We had 2 from Santee Cooper Lakes, 4 from Lake Fork, and 2 from the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario. 8 Century belts this year.
Drew Cook at Santee Cooper.
Suit, you like that, don't you? Because you like the Century Club.
You know it.
We all like the Century Club. Lee Livesey.
Getting his second
couple
belt.
Of years in a row, yes, absolutely.
Hugh breaking in at the last minute of Lake Fork.
Good stuff.
It's time.
Oh, it is time, actually. For Striker Daily Trivia.
Always been there.
I'm missing that today. Okay, who has won AOY titles in consecutive years? Who among this list here? Was it Jimmy Houston, Larry Nixon, Bill Dance, or Guido Hibdon? That one going back to, yeah, that's the formative years of the Bassmasters right there. To be sure, is it Houston, Nixon, Bill Dance, or Guido Hibdon? We will think about that, and there is plenty more fishing on the way as well.
Phones down, please.
Back to the fishing after we complete Striker Daily Trivia, of course. Here's the question: who has won AOY titles in consecutive years? Was it Jimmy Houston, Larry Nixon, Bill Dance, or Guido Hibdon? See?
Would you look at all that duckweed in that marina right there? I don't really know, but I'm going Jimmy Houston.
I'll go right below you. I'll go Larry Nixon.
I'm going to go a little off the wall because I didn't know he won 2. I'll go Guido Hibdon.
I think you might be right.
Ronnie Moore, 1990-91.
Yep.
He's not the only one, though. We've had, your buddy from Kalamazoo did it 4 years in a row, and Roland Martin's done it like 16 times, I think.
That's not possible because he would have 32 AOY titles. I'm just kidding.
That's math for you.
Exactly. Back out near the lock area of Pool 8 and Pool 7. Brandon Lester making slow. He said he wanted to stay under the radar, be slow and sneaky this week. Quietly going up your leaderboard here on day 2. Brandon Lester live. Oh. Ooh, that's where they'll get you, Tommy. Well, that's when they're getting the bait. I mean, it has every silver spider in its face. Great camera work right there.
8th year on the Elite Series. What a year for Brandon Lester. We see the great start in Florida. Santee Cooper, Chickamauga, Lake Fork, on and on. We do not see a missed cut on that list because there was not a missed cut during the year for Brandon Lester. Started before the season winning a St. Croix Bassmaster Open, Kissimmee, and won his first Elite on Pickwick Lake, and that was a great performance there as well. Hats off to Brandon Lester. What a job.
And he's always been known for this, Z, just being consistent, like with just rock solid. He's going to be one that never has too many highs, never has too many lows, and this year he's been able to stack that. Do you think, honestly, in an angler's career, 7 or 8 years into his career, winning an Open like that has now just
absolutely,
it unlocks something he might not have had before?
Yes.
I did an article with him that kind of said he learned how to win, and he agreed. I mean, he told me.
Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh my gosh, please. Please, please, please. Yes.
Oh, that was huge.
I'll still eat a frog, I guess. I thought it was even bigger than that. Oh gosh. Not a giant, but 3 more like that, we should at least make the cut. Turn a quarter.
Earning it.
They're blowing up in all this grass. Way up there, out here, over there. Like I just see one every once in a while. Not like crazy. I thought that was a 4 or 5 pounder when it blew up. I mean, he crushed it. Nothing like frogging in 15-mile-an-hour winds and rain. Doesn't have to happen in the next 5 minutes. It just needs to happen in the next couple hours.
Two-and-a-half pounder would put him right about at the cut.
Well, we've gotten in a group of fish. Oh, there's a big one just boiled right there. Come on. With him running bait. we've got ourselves around a group of fish. I got it on the last fish. There's definitely fish in this mat feeding right now. And they weren't feeding here yesterday. They were in practice. Gosh, look at the bait. Right to the right of my frog.
So, Such, if Palaniuk makes the cut, if he makes the cut, what place would he have to be in where nobody could touch him? It doesn't matter.
Ronnie, we've been talking about that. I think it's 38th place. Yeah.
Okay.
So if he makes the cut at 47th, he's got tomorrow to climb.
Okay.
And if he makes the cut in 47th,
You need to clean your glasses off, but you don't even got them on.
if he finishes 46th or above or 45th or above, I got to check that math exactly. But being ahead of Chris Johnston by 46, he only needs to finish, he just can't finish 47th tomorrow to beat Chris Johnston, even if Chris wins.
Okay.
That's the deal.
How about a few of those big fish here? Matt Airy with a 3.5 gives him about 12.5 for the day. He's jumped into 5th place. He's going to be one of those guys in AOY points in the top 10 to get the bonus checks. Actually, the anglers were pretty happy when Progressive stepped in. The payouts for the Angler of the Year, 1st to 20th, first is 100,000, 20th is 10,000, but it's 340,000 total. For the AOY payouts, pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
Golly. There's so many fish around here. Like, can't keep up with them where they're blowing up. There's a lot of them spread around. Big ones too.
Looks like it's clearing up a little bit on the southern end of Pool 8.
I feel like a whopper plopper would work good in this. They'd hear it.
John bird's eye view, Chris Johnston.
And really from the bottom of Goose Island and that whole maze down there to where you get near Stoddard, that is pretty much where the bulk of the bigger bags have come from. And there is a lot of anglers south of Chris Johnston, closer to Stoddard, really on top of each other today.
Mentioned Matt Airy getting into our top 10. Brandon Card. He's caught a nice one. He's up to almost 14 pounds and in a 7th place. He's done a nice move in the Angler of the Year points from 46 to 38th right now. Inside our classic cut.
After having a good day yesterday and getting inside, he needed to just not fall. That's what a lot of these guys
It's
today
slow
that
morning.
made the moves. Yeah, you just have to stay in that top 47 to not lose, 50 or more points by just dropping today.
Well, yeah, Scott Martin getting a second. He came in 45th, right outside. He's in 36 right now, so he's solidified in a classic spot.
And it wasn't just a 2-point gap or a 2-place gap. It was a 12-point gap for just one spot. So it wasn't just a mere I need to pass one angler. It was
Right.
you had to make up a dozen points on a specific angler. So they have done that this week.
Brock Mosley right now, 45th, has 504 points. Caleb Summerall's 46th. He's 25 back ahead in points.
Exactly.
These anglers have, the first flighters have 2.5 hours left to fish, minus run time.
It's the one good thing for Brandon Polinick today is they left the dock based on AOYS standings. So yesterday they were the first 3 boats out. Today they're the last 3 boats in. Having that late flight check-in, losing an hour this morning, he'll have, you know,
One
basically
big
a full
frog
day
blow.
with
Come
an
on.
hour later check-in than most.
That guy's got the right idea. Canopy.
Just keep grinding them away. Just keep grinding them away. See if you want the mini.
Brian Schmidt about a pound and a half, a little less than a pound and a half off the pace of our leader, Chris Johnston, right now. And yes, that's Scott Martin. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line. Let's catch up with Scott Martin right now. And Scott, great day for you, and kind of give us the highlights, if you will.
Well, I was practicing. I found some fish way up in some shallow water that I thought I could catch 13, 14 pounds of, and I had some soft shore grass stuff. And so far, pretty well. Start off the morning. Cast a worm around Carolina rig a little bit. And give it a swim jig.
I think you know what we'll do. I think we're going to take and watch Scott for a little.
Yeah. The audio's a little tough for us right now, but we'll sit and watch for a while. Safe to say, Scott has definitely done a great job today.
Looks like he could be one of our, you know, keep an eye on him for tomorrow possibly and throughout the rest of the week maybe. He's probably got experience here compared to the rest of the field, you know, tournament-wise.
He absolutely does.
Again, that's the shot from Brian Schmidt's boat.
Like we said, there is a party going on in that area.
Oh, man.
That area of Pool 8, there is some attention.
we need a couple big bites. Everything's going on in my head, what to do, what to do, what to do. I feel like they should be chomping in this grass, and they're really not. I got one deal that I'm definitely gonna go to today. It's probably midway back up the river, close to Takeoff. I'm hoping it bails me out with 1 or 2 good fish. I didn't hit it yesterday, but I don't know. Just trying my best to get a little upgrade or a big upgrade right through here, man. They should be biting and they're not.
Now check this out. 5 of our top 12 are in that region. But that doesn't necessarily mean you caught them in that region, because there's about a quarter of our field in that region. And when I say that region, I'm talking like a 1.5 mile stretch.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
So it's not like you just went down towards Stoddard and done caught them.
And it doesn't mean
not
that
necessarily.
everyone
Not
enjoys
necessarily.
having you nearby.
I
either.
would say you're probably right there.
Brian Schmidt, 17-10 yesterday, trying to get up to that standard before today is over with. We will check back with him and all the rest momentarily.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Fishing across the country for 6 months to make it to this day, the second day of the final event of the year. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River, and you got to fish well enough today to get yourself some more fishing before your season is done. Oh, stop for the big fish alert here.
Hunter
Hold on.
Shryock, a 3.5 pounder, a meaningful 3.5 pounder, gives him 12.5 on day. From 17th, he's in 10th place right now. And his AOY points from 49th to 41st, inside the cut.
Yeah, we spent some time yesterday, lots of time. Saw a lot. Oh my gosh, that was a good one.
Stylistically, this fits him pretty well.
You have told everybody that all week long. The king is always the king. Hunter Shryock yesterday. Ronnie said coming to this tournament, it set up perfectly in his wheelhouse, because every time he's been on camera, he's pretty much been flipping or frogging. So good call on that, Ron Moore.
Low-hanging fruit.
It is. Well done. His shirt matches the duckweed.
Sure does. That's important.
BFA's
Camouflage.
flying everywhere. Oh, black top coontail on his head. Whoa. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Hunter Shryock getting it done.
That's what I thought.
For him, he was one of those guys who was close enough, Tommy. It wasn't necessarily the most realistic thing, but close enough. If you were below 50th, not a good shot to make the Classic, but he did jump into that cover.
How about some B&W bonus coverage with Scott Martin?
Scott Martin with just under 16 pounds on the day.
Be the second biggest bag of the tournament.
Right. Yeah.
Right around there.
3.5, a 3.0, a 3.12, and a 3.6 in the boat, trying to upgrade again.
Be interesting to note if he's relocated those smallmouth from practice that turned into largemouth yesterday. We see him culling out a largemouth there, if there are any in his bag occupying it from the smallmouth side.
You can see how much that area down by Stoddard is getting hot old. That right there is from the boat of Brian Schmidt.
And from the sounds of Brian Schmidt, Scott Martin was here first and said it was cool that Schmidt fished there. They obviously known each other for a long time.
Oh, Schmidt now.
Get in here, boy. It's
a good fish.
They shouldn't be in mats when it's cloudy. Mwah. That'll help. That will help. I mean, smoked it. It's a nice fish.
What was that? Louder?
It's a nice fish.
No.
Good.
One more time.
That was from before.
Nice,
It's a nice
2.5
fish.
pounder. Nice healthy fish. Pretty fish right there, baby. Better make sure.
I knew he was
You
about
knew
to
it
get-
was coming.
Yeah. This one, you know what? Who's
That's
not a
great.
nice fish? This smallmouth is not nice.
I mean, they're all decent fish.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh,
no! No!
He did
no!
not. No
No!
It's a nice fish.
What is happening right now?
We're just having a good time. Balance beam these two smallmouths.
Good omen for him winning, though. He did this, kind of embarrassed himself at when he won and said he didn't
Whoa.
have his hook sharpened.
I mean, they're decent
This
fish.
he probably
you
will
know?
tell himself, I should have put these on earlier.
I hear you, bud.
Let's make sure. Pretty sure this is the small.
That's the
There
textbook
we
way
go.
how to do
That's
it.
the one. Now we're.
He's been identified.
Hey, I got him on my fantasy team, so I'm pulling for him.
Hey.
See who's smaller out of these in case we get lucky and get another bite. It's a nice little upgrade, sir. Our black's bigger.
Red will be the next one to go.
We don't
Need to
think
get
we
rid.
have all of Drew Benton's, but he's held ground today.
We need to get rid of all of them, but we didn't. So far, we haven't had a disaster today, and we got a nice little bag. What we got now? Well, it's cloudy, it's raining, we're fishing grass. We would think they would be roaming. I don't know, I made maybe what, 3 flips, punched in a couple small little mats with the baby D-bomb, and one grabbed it. Is it just a fluke or what? We'll let you know. But that fish ate that like he hadn't even seen a bait before. I mean, just as soon as it went through the mat. I mean, the biggest thing is we're around fish, okay? You know, we didn't get blessed like we did yesterday just yet. But buddy, we got an opportunity anywhere in here to catch a big fish. All these little mats, but it goes behind like, or goes against like textbook, oh, you know, it's cloudy, they're not on their mats. Well, I don't know. You know, I'm just gonna let the fish tell me. There's just fish in this zone. If we could get, I don't know, one or two more small upgrades and get very, very lucky on this one place we're going to hit on the way in, it's a very good day. I mean, definitely can't expect what happened yesterday to happen every day. Well, we got smallmouth, we got largemouth, we got, you know, we got it going on a little bit.
Seth Fido with his second 3-pounder in the last 10 minutes, up to 22nd place. Wow. Disappointed folks yesterday being in the 60s.
Good update there, Suits. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Brian Schmidt kind of laying out for us what he needs to do, intends to do before this day is done. And yes, he does have time to get it done. Steve Benton, Brian New, Gustafson, all the rest, keeping tabs on them. Be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Got another hour or so of live fishing to show you here in our live coverage of this Day 2 action from the Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. I feel like it's the third day. I don't know why. We're just seeing so many fish catching. Does it not?
33rd day.
33rd day. The man, well, we just saw Brian Schmidt add a 3-pounder to, actually, that's to revise things and move up within less than half a pound of Chris Johnston, but it is Chris Johnston and has been for a good long time on the top of our leaderboard today. He's filled in all the blanks today.
He's going to be this right here.
Oh, yeah.
Marathon Peak Performance. Hi, Chris. Right. Hi, Chris. He definitely has put on a show today at Topwater Bait. A little bit more finesse fishing also for Chris Johnston, said his little starting spot. And here's the really cool thing about Hi, Chris. Okay? Chris, where he started today, has pretty much been left alone days 1 and now days 2. Power fished him a little bit more yesterday, bladed jig in the morning, backed up with a frog. Today, got it done, and here's the thing, left him done biting. Marathon Peak Performance by far and away. Chris Johnston not out of the mix to win yet another blue trophy, but still in the mix for the Angler of the Year race because leader coming into this, Brandon Polinick, still sitting on 3 B.A.S.S, and he has caught them in many, many different ways today, Chris Johnston. Kind of bouncing around, but that one key little starting spot could prove as a big factor in this tournament right now. The Marathon Peak Performance from Ontario, and he is a very, very, obviously he has proven he is one of the best fishermen on the he is one of the best tournament fishermen in the world right now.
Absolutely.
Take a look at 2 years ago, Chris Johnston right here. Marathon Peak Performance here on day number 2 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're going to rewind rough day fishing out near Grenadier Island.
2 good ones.
Getting it done. Little Tricks catching a big bag on day 3, even though it was his smallest bag of the tournament, catching over 22 pounds in about 22-foot waves. Chris Johnston holding his first blue trophy right there. First Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. One would ask themselves, Tommy, does the live crew know everything about Bassmaster.com? And I would say yes, we do, until I went on Bass Track. And there's a fun little fact.
What?
If you look at Bass Track right now, and I just want to inform you guys so you all know, if you look to the right, you can find out their current, right now, real time.
Get out.
All the way to the right.
Oh yeah, he will. Yeah, baby. I think healthy. He shrunk a bit. Old Spro frog.
No
not
hat.
a 3.5, but
looks like Maverick from Top Gun.
Feeling it.
Right.
yeah, he's gonna be 2 3/4. Stop it. Stop it. Two 3/4. Nice one, but stop moving. 2 3/4.
He has multiple.
Yeah, he's
2
all full on 2 3/4.
That's why he's kind of scoffing at an above average fish this week.
Every one of them's that size.
We could see, I mean, if Brandon Lester falls a little, we'll see that AOY rank on Bass Track update, possibly for Chris Johnston to #1.
It definitely helps.
I just threw my bait over there, spooked the bait, threw my frog, spooked the bait, and a bass blew up on the bait. But not on my bait. So I know he's just sitting over there, because that's the one that I had blow up on my frog earlier, I think. Just can't be easy.
He hit it good. Were you on the ball on that one? Probably hard to find it. Yeah. This one's bigger. I'm screwed with that one.
We just saw there. We've mentioned this before. He's in a later flight today. He's got more time than the rest to fish, than many of the rest to fish today. Back to Brock Mosley.
There's one. Come here. Please measure. Yes, sir.
there's been some tough days for some of the anglers that really caught them good yesterday. You look at guys like Lee Livesey, you look at a Brock Mosley, still struggling to catch a limit today.
He's one of our big movers yesterday in the AOI points. He was outside 53. He had a weak, struggling year that, you know, from years past that he was in the top 10 in AOI. He was 45th yesterday. He's fallen back to 50th today. So he needs to get back up near the top 10.
It's kind of been a weird event for a lot of the locals that know this place well, Bob Downey and Pat Schlopper, and still without a limit on day 2 of this event as well.
Five quick bites, quick bites. I mean, dude, you know how it is with mats. It can be a freaking 1 pounder and then a 5 pounder.
Fighter's at it again, a 3 1/4. He's up to 15 pounds, 18th place. And that's from 64th after 10-7 on day 1.
He was one who characterized his practice as grimy.
Yes.
I had somebody ask, have Z explain what exactly grimy means about a fishery. What's another descriptive words of thesaurus? Get your thesaurus out for grimy.
Tough. Tough.
Better than
I don't know what
grind.
you're asking right now. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what he's asking right there. What was that? I love you, Such, but I don't know where we're going.
What does grimy mean?
Not
or
good.
They wanted to further explain that, what grimy meant.
Let me Google and see what.
Yeah, note to self, Such, B.A.S.S thesaurus. Good project.
Oh.
Think about
it. Grimy, full of or covered with grime, AKA dirty.
Got it. Got it.
Dirty.
Oh, that explains it. Yeah. Okay, got it. I'll pass that on.
Not easy, a struggle, 5 bites a day, tough, grimy.
What a joke. What a
Hey, Chris.
Thought it was a big fish alert for a second. Hey.
Tomorrow's 5 hours on Fox is going to be
something else.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It will be funsy.
Matt Herron has spent his day in a place that's been very difficult for us to crack signal-wise.
And Ron, I know you talked to Matt last night. Kind of dial the folks in. We're watching Bassmaster, not kind of Bassmaster Live.
This morning, or yesterday, Matt Herron said he was going to start this morning where he caught him yesterday. We got to Skype with him. The bonus coverage said that there was a little clear seam of water.
Yeah, it's been definitely a different kind of day. This is all I've done all day long. If I've caught one, I've caught 100. Everywhere I go, I catch a Mississippi River special. It's been a rough day. I just haven't got many good bites. Had a ball catching lots of bass. I need a couple of good bites here at the end of the day.
So Matt was one of those
down on pool night.
I was going to say running a pool night.
Stuff I had on 9, caught them down there at
taking and seeing what he can do.
Matt wanted to start early where he caught them yesterday to see if they were still there because he planned to lean on them. It was a place that got muddied up, had a clear seam of water, so he said, while it's still clean, I need to make the best out of it. He did, obviously top 5. Checked it this morning with an early boat draw, and then after catching 4 fish, decided to go and lock into pool 9 like his plan. Executed that well, got a limit down there, but the size has just not been there for Matt today. But he said he had planned not to do finesse presentations. He really didn't want to. But all of the power fishing stuff, he would go through an area and not catch as many as he thought he should. He'd pick up the finesse presentation and he would catch so many, he started to lock that in his hand. Just a simple Ned-style bait, and then obviously he had been winding a chatterbait. And we'll get into specifics of that if he continues to be a factor in this event, but putting just a skinny dipper trailer on the back of it. In a shad pattern, because that's what the fish have been really keying on this week, is shad-colored baits.
Stay hooked up.
Awesome. Fish blew up right before he hooked up. Oh, still blowing up behind that fish. Good fish.
I think he'll measure. Blue! I'll buy you a steak. A big, fat, juicy one. I get one more, I'm going back frog fishing though.
I think he said Luke. Is that right, Tommy? I think he said thank you, Luke. And if that's the case, Luke Palmer giving him probably a little heads up, fill his limit out, and be able to maybe go back frog fishing over to Chris.
And there that's frog fish right there.
Thought. Got a hook in him there. Might be a 3-pounder. I think he's gone.
Wow. Was that a bass?
I don't know if it was. Had a real weird mouth.
Oh, I'd like to see that just because it was fun.
Just slurped it.
Oh,
no. Might have been a bowfin.
Yeah,
it was.
That was. Yeah, that didn't look like a.
That was big. I don't know. I don't know on that one. It was heavy. Huh. That was a bass. It was a 3.5, 4-pounder. I don't know what that was. Maybe you can rewind it.
Well, it looked like a bass right there.
Just slurped it. I don't know.
It's near the
See, the
end.
tail right there didn't look like it, but then as you get to the mouth right here.
Can't see the mouth. That's kind of what's keeping you.
God, my heart is racing. I thought he was going to get another blow up.
Brock Mosley's 5th fish there, got him to 19th place, 44th in AOY, which if we got a double qualifier, he'd be the last guy in.
And you found that out because of the right side of the Bass Track leaderboard.
What a place.
Yeah, I had to clue in on that there a little earlier.
Striker Daily Trivia, how many anglers have won WN won more than one AOY title? 7, is it 9, is it 11, or 13 who have won more than one Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year title?
Sounds good. That's a tough one.
Yes, it is. That's ordinarily it would be. Hey, we got more to come, though. We've come back to answer that trivia question for you and get back out on the water.
That's live.
Welcome back. Ready to go with more fishing for you from the upper Mississippi River. Striker Daily Trivia now. The question was, if you will recall, we said how many anglers have won more than one Bassmaster AOY title? Z, think about it now.
I'm going to say that...
Go out on a limb here.
C is going to be that edge.
Okay,
C,
Ronnie?
11.
Yes.
Really?
11,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
I got a hunch you're right.
I'm going to abstain because I peeked.
Okay.
So I'm
You did.
Name them.
You did that.
Name them. That's not the question.
I could probably name 9
You should.
at least.
You should be able to.
Yeah. Some I don't want to name, but yeah, 11. C.
There you go.
Exactly
Trivia
right.
complete for today.
Back out of the water right now. Brandon Polinick, 3 bass in his live well. Next few hours of fishing. Pretty much the biggest few hours of fishing of his season.
Feels good to be out of the rain. Feel better with a 3+ on the end of my frog. That side over there seems to be the better side to me, or at least a little more consistent. It's got a deeper cut to it. This side's real shallow, but there were some fish blowing up over here. So I figured we'd slide on over here. See if we could get one to bite, but they're being stingy here too. I just feel like these last 3 hours with that storm blowing out, or maybe like the last 2 hours after the fish kind of get reset up, are going to be really important.
We will absolutely track whatever happens with Brandon Polinick just downstream past La Crosse. Back with Brock Mosley, who actually recently has passed Polinick in the tournament standings.
They hooked up.
Well, he was in bad shape 20 minutes ago.
Oh, gosh.
He was in really bad shape.
Yeah. Happened fast.
Get a fluke, man. You gotta land that sucker right on top of him.
Frank Dowley to the left.
Ooh, Frank had a bad day yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Did pretty good up at Hawaii.
I don't know if you're gonna keep or not. You look like you'll keep. You're gonna be close, aren't you? You're gonna be close. I think I saw you yesterday. You're gonna be short, aren't you? You are short by a quarter inch. Let's try you on this side. Relax. Look at that. Like, he's like not even.
Oh boy.
What is he, 1/8 of an inch short? Been watching that one blow up for a while. Yeah. He was so shallow. They seem to be eating this frog pretty good. Maybe because it's a new Terminator color. I haven't seen it.
Who would have thought no finish worse than 26th all year long for Brandon Palaniuk. He has 2 poor days at Lake Oahe, and how now it is coming down to if he gets a limit or not today, possibly. That shows you how you cannot slip even for just a few hours or regardless, a day or two. Yeah,
right. Absolutely. Let's get down to where the weigh-in will take place later today. La Crosse Loggers baseball field. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Dave Mercer. And Dave, this is always a big weigh-in in the context of a single year, and it seems like we got even more happening today. You're gonna have a lot of interested viewers here at about 4 o'clock Eastern Time.
Yeah, guys, it's always one of the toughest weigh-ins, one of the most exciting weigh-ins. But this one, I mean, Palaniuk is turning this into a dramatic situation. And watching all the fans, just, you know, the amount of people that were willing that fish to be 14 inches is unbelievable. The amount of people cheering for him here in beautiful La Crosse, Wisconsin. But with that in mind, when you think of something, I mean, the thing that keeps burning in my brain right now is this is Brandon Palaniuk's opportunity to exercise the demon that is La Crosse, Wisconsin. Because if you think back when he had that DQ from kind of a gray kind of rule that isn't even a rule anymore, this is where he left with an 8-pound lead and looked right in that camera and said, I will go win on the St. Lawrence River. Well, he did, and obviously, you know, the rest is history. But, man, to come in here with such a lead, not just at this event, but the last 2 events, I mean, the fish gods just aren't that evil. I'm going to tell you. He's going to get 5 fish. He's going to make the cut. There's no way that it can go down like this. I think I'd cry on stage, to be honest.
Well, I honestly believe that, Dave. And really talk about
up a little now.
Talk about the astronomical odds, obviously, of what has transpired last week into today with Brandon Palaniuk, but Brandon Lester coming into this tournament and Chris Johnston, but really Brandon Lester always says he wants to stay below the radar, is not outspoken, goes out and does his job. But the astronomical odds of, okay, you look at Palaniuk has not got his job done the last 2 weeks, but you look at Brandon Lester, especially Chris Johnston, the odds that they have, I guess what I'm saying is the whole entire scenario would almost have to set up perfectly for those 2 anglers, Lester and Johnston, and miserably for Palaniuk, which right now, that is exactly the case.
It's exactly the case, and it's the same rule that we seem to learn over and over, Z, on the Elite Series. It's almost as soon as the bass fishing world decides to anoint someone, decides to say, hey, this is over. You know, he's got it. I mean, people were shaking his hand at ICAST this year saying, hey, congratulations, because it's set up so well for him. But it's like every single time that happens. And if you think back, I mean, I think back to Greg Hackney's last run for Angler of the Year. The moment everybody said, hey, Hackney's got it for the rest of the year, things went bad. And it's just a weird thing. And I'm going to tell you, I still think that Palaniuk is going to pull it up, because if you remember when he won Angler of the Year, the amount of times that Palaniuk, literally his entire career, is right on the edge of a disaster. He runs on a pair of tires that are about to blow, and it doesn't seem like that mentally or anything. He's one of the most mentally strong people, but the way he fishes, he puts himself in these predicaments. I remember when he was on the St. Lawrence or the St. Clair River, and he's fishing, and he had 2 fish with 3 hours left to go, or 2 hours left to go, might have been the opposite. But he pulls it out. So I think that he's going to catch him. But if Lester pulls this off, if he's your Angler of the Year, it's amazing. And everybody's going to want to boo-hoo and feel bad for Brandon Palaniuk, myself included. But it's just the season. It's where the finish line is. And if you think about it, it seems so much more evil because of the last few events. But we have just as many anglers that are in the field that had bad 2 events. And if you take those away and you go the other direction, it doesn't seem quite as evil, but you have to catch them every single tournament. And there's one angler, Brandon Lester, and that is the only angler that has made every single first day or day 3 cut this season, and he has caught him every single time. And as much as I would love to see Palaniuk win it, and I still feel there's time, he hasn't done what Lester did this season. And he'd tell that to you himself.
Dave, we're watching Brandon Palaniuk right now, and a few years ago, talking about fan bases, we got to see a young Seth fighter here explode with a fan base, and a very, the best way to put it, a nutbag fan base. You look at Jay Shakurat, young angler, local angler. What are the Shakurats like? Like, what is the fan base like for Jay Shakurat?
Oh, I like that. See, I'm stealing that. The Shakurats. That's a great name. But they're good. They're loud. But I will tell you, the crowd, the ones that have stolen the crowd and listened to him weigh in, it is of course, Bob Downey's crowd is nuts, off the hook. Like this morning at Takeoff, I was embarrassed to introduce the angler behind him. I mean, I think, Bob, and then, all of the local Wisconsin guys. Caleb Kufal has got a crazy following here. It's just wild, the amount of anglers from this area that have got the loud. But I think the Shakurats need to come out of their shell. I think you're right. I'm going to call them out today because they're loud, but they're not old Bob Downey loud. I'll just tell you that much.
Bob Downey.
Dave, thank you so much. I know you've got a sort of a complicated weigh-in coming up today. Bittersweet, all the other adjectives, and a lot of mysteries will be solved by the end of the day.
Gorgeous new trophy.
Yeah, there it is. The Falcon Rodge Bassmaster Rookie of the Year Point Series champion takes that home. Looks like it's going to be Jay Shakurat for sure. Fantastic season for that young man. 23 years old. You got to bear that in mind, and what a dominant performance he has had, especially through this northern swing here. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Rain seems to be moving out of the way in most cases now. There's more fishing on the way. There is time for a lot of things to happen. We will be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
About a quarter hour worth of fishing to show you in our live coverage, but there is more fishing today.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studios. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite Day 2 coverage. We're winding down the day. It's cut day. The top 47 will make it to semifinal Sunday. Right now, Chris Johnson at the top of our leaderboard. As you go to the second page of leaderboards, Jay Securit, 11th place. Our Rookie of the Year leader, Gerald Swindle, Luke Palmer going down the list. Some guys who have had a tougher day. Matt Herron still hanging tough in the top 20. As we get closer to that cut line, this is where the weights start to stack up big time. But a guy who has avoided all of that tight weight battle down towards the cut line is our day one leader, Brian Schmidt. 17 pounds yesterday, Such and Tommy and Z. But the VMC on point, we got to stick with it, Tommy, because Brian Schmidt has maintained today.
Yes, he definitely has.
There we go.
Taking a look at Brian Schmidt right there. Big bag yesterday, over 17 pounds. Yeah, it's been a little bit slower for Brian Schmidt today. Still catching a lot of fish, but you have to ask yourself, your day one leader, Brian Schmidt, great Potomac River angler, you have to ask yourself, is that pressure down near the bottom of Pool 8 starting to take its toll? Obviously not so far with numbers, but quality has been an issue. A lot of those fish being divided up, and like we said, 6 out of your top 12 fishing in about a 1 mile, maybe a little bit less, maybe a 3/4 mile stretch, but still your VMC on point. We're going to give it to you, Brian Schmidt, but still time to make a couple critical calls. VMC on point. Brian Schmidt, your day one leader, now unofficially falling down to second place. Brian Schmidt, VMC on point.
And at minimum, Z, he has stacked enough weight the first 2 days of competition to maybe sustain a tough weekend, a tough Sunday, if it does kind of overcome it, because guys like Scott Martin in the region as well, we should see them on camera tomorrow possibly. Ooh, whoa, swing and a miss there a little bit.
Some nice fish.
While Brian Schmidt gets his, he might have broke off. I think he broke off as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, trying to get that long distance view of Bassmaster Live from the back of the studio over here. I wanted to bring it in for a quick little fantasy update before we hit the cut day. We're just a few minutes left to Bassmaster Live, a few minutes left to the fishing day, and that means half of our field we have to say goodbye to for the rest of the season, and we will hang with 47 tomorrow and then 10 on Monday. And when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, this was my team. We talked about it yesterday, and going into the cut day, how many of your team will survive and make it? That's very key. If you can carry a couple into, at least half your team into the cut, and then maybe a quarter of your team make the final day, that's very key. For me, Gerald Swindle, Luke Palmer, and Keith Combs all doing fantastic. All three of those in the top 15 right now on Bass Track. Meanwhile, Caleb Summerall, Daryl Gleason, my Louisiana flavor for the Mississippi River Tournament, both below the cut. Trying to make a little bit of a comeback for them today. The weights are going to be close at the cut line. We've talked about that, Tommy. But those guys definitely, you cannot make the cut at the Mississippi River if you do not have a 5-fish limit each day. So getting 5 fish, very important. And I will honestly say, I got kind of sucked into this, and I didn't. I don't like that I did this decision. But looking at my Drain the Lake team, I really felt like if it was a tougher, based on the scheduling, August for the Mississippi River, when I picked my team in January, I thought it could be a little bit tougher than normal for the Mississippi River, based on, you know, just seasons and years prior to this. I picked a lot of guys who might know this place well, and out of my couple Midwestern guys, I've got 4 here: Bob Downey, Pat Schlopper, Jay Securit, and Seth Fighter. 3 of them yesterday looking pretty poor, but Seth Fighter with a big comeback today has helped bring that up. Jay Securit obviously doing well as also, and then Derek Hudnall and Gerald Swindle all inside the cut to fish tomorrow. 2 surprising guys, Pat Schlopper and Bob Downey, with the ruckus crowds and support crew falling down the leaderboard. Bill Lowen not in the cut just yet. And then Wes Logan had a terrible day one after a 3rd place finish here in 2019. He's a little bit of a comeback today, Z.
A question
I see you with your hand raised.
For your excellency.
Okay.
Is not this tournament right here, but as a whole, I'd like you to grade your season, because we're at the end of the road right now, and do you still deserve to be the king, Your Excellency?
I think that with the player base, there's over 40,000 people competing in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. I'm in like the 93, maybe after this event with how good 3 of those guys are doing.
So yes,
I might be a 94 percentile.
So,
I will grade it as a B+ for Rapala. But for Mercury Drain the Lake, with about 25 to 30,000 players in that base at least, I'm in the top 100. I got to give myself an A+, and
So
I
you're
think
the king.
that is very, I think that's deemed worthy of being the king.
I like the way you
Thank you, Your
framed
Excellency.
during the lake last week. You said this is the one for the people who really know bass fishing. So you've
honestly,
sort of,
yeah, exactly.
That's very clever.
If you want to test yourself,
That's clever.
if you know bass fishing, you know. It's just so easy to go with those high percentage. The team of the most picked team this week. It's a very easy team to be happy with.
You do not need to convince me,
I'm not
Fred.
convincing. You're the one who dubbed me behind the scenes as king of fantasy.
No, I did it live. It was never behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Uneasy is the head that wears the crown. That's what they say.
That's right.
Promise you next week when we have our fantasy football draft, I'll be an A+ as well. Don't you worry. New addition to the fantasy.
Seen you play. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Whoa, a grebe trying to get in on the
They
Brandon
do that.
Polinick.
They do that, especially this stretch of the river where Polinick's at.
Come on. And zero in. Get her done.
I'd like to see one more Brandon Lester Cole. I know he's in the top 10, but something this afternoon will need to add to his morning. He's got a morning spot. He mixed in a different kind of area today for smallmouth. If he can catch one more in the afternoon and keep that going, he'll be one that has had a bite window all day long doing different things.
Question real quick for Such. How much time does Polinick have left to fish?
He is the last check-in, 4:30 Central, local time there.
A lot of time. A lot of time.
Well, yeah, it's not even 2 o'clock, 2.5 hours or so.
Needs 2 bites.
Minus drive time back.
Which is not a lot. He is very close.
Should get bit right there somewhere.
I will say, I just mentioned it, Bob Downey and Daryl Gleason both inching closer to that top 47 cut line now.
Oh, Bob Downey.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, right there. That's where I was talking about I should be getting bit.
I know in the past, and this year, we've left Bassmaster live, and Brandon Polinick has come back in with 6 more pounds, a 6-pounder and a 4-pounder.
There's precedence for that, yes, sir. Happened at Santee Cooper.
But if you wanted a script to create drama, this is it.
Kind of one you didn't see coming.
No.
At all. Or did, Ron? I don't know. I don't know.
I just looking at you, Z. I didn't say anything. I'm just looking at you.
He says, fool me once, not twice. Come on. Hey, 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 hey.
Oh, grebe, flying grebes.
I'm trying to catch a bass, Seagull.
Aerial grebe.
No.
Get out of here.
Every grebe is an aerial grebe.
No, some are
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I was trying to be all stealthy on my approach. Hey. Between you and the ducks.
Yeah, they're grebes, Brandon.
Don't get any
He
closer.
knows nothing about waterfall.
Sick Brian on you. The Seagull thinks it's real. I want the bass.
Right. See?
I can stop.
Fangs, claws.
fangs.
That's why I've always been against that animal.
Yeah. We'll put you down as against.
Don't you have a couple mounts on your wall at your house
Grebes?
of Grebes?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like a wall of deer,
Grebes.
and then there's just
European
Grebes.
style mounts.
That's right.
I love that band.
I was attacked by a grebe as my youth.
I was wondering where you got the scar from.
I know.
It's a nice fish.
That was so great. One more time, Middleton.
It's a nice fish.
It's the end of the year.
Alfred Hitchcock's Attack of the Grebes.
This will be a treat by Monday. Good day of fishing, though. Shortened day, but hopefully we can get up and running earlier tomorrow.
We would very much like that.
Yeah,
Start on
absolutely.
time tomorrow with the fishing.
Nail
That would
that.
be.
Oh, we were
a big
here on
plus.
time.
We were, yeah.
Did you close your notebook up already?
Two more keepers for Brandon Palaniuk would go straight to the bottom line. Put him straight into the cut line.
And if he doesn't make that cut, I think he would be down, but do you think he would play ball and do some Bassmaster Live with us tomorrow and
100%.
watch it all go down?
I think so.
I would do everything I could to get out of it if I was him, but
He's a team player.
Z, looking at the overnight weather, we got storms, thunderstorms, scattered storms, few showers, light rain. It's 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning.
yeah, I think the one thing to really watch going into semifinal Sunday is really kind of keep your eye on those anglers like a Chris Johnston, like a Jay Shakurit, that their primary starting area where they did the bulk of their damage, the bulk of their weight, and they were left alone. You're starting to see a lot of that pressure catching up with your Brian News, your Brian Schmitz. In fact, you can even look at Scott Martin. He started in an area all around, just around the corner from Jay Shakurit. Really look for those anglers that are fishing alone, away from the beaten path, who definitely do damage going into semifinals.
And I will clarify, just because Brandon Palaniuk, if he does miss the cut, not a guarantee he has lost Angler of the Year. It is something we will still watch.
We'll have all those numbers. Yep. We'll have them tomorrow.
They're on Bass. Absolutely.
Yeah. They're on
Okay,
Bass Track.
got the weigh-in coming up at 4 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be back, FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, coverage all day as well, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Get in here, boy. This one's cloudy. Mwah.